So, welcome back. I have to click over here and do that. Okay, cool. Perfect. Oh, voice audio. There we go. All right, cool. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back once again. I'm glad you all made it. I hope everyone has been doing well. Running a little late because that's my fault, so we'll go ahead and just jump straight into everything and have discussions about stuff towards the end. Recapping a little bit of last session. You guys had gone through the rock nests, down into the first layer of the dungeon, down into the second layer of the dungeon. Bryn figured that one out. I'm just going to keep giving you the credit, Bryn, even though technically, but we don't... You had to call your dad, okay? Bryn got the closest.
Not like... But Kaporin didn't have to suffer insanity points for his call.
Yeah, but his dad doesn't give him insanity. If anything, Kaporin gives his dad insanity. So, you guys got through that level, went to the third level, perused around there. Unfortunately, didn't take things like the Mithril Bar and... Or no, not the Mithril Bar, the Osmium Bar and a couple of the other...
Completely forgot about it.
...goodies that were down there, but... you guys...
They were so heavy!
Encountered a beholder. Unfortunately, Nori wasn't there, but like I said, Nori's bag could have held it. You guys just had to get it in the bag.
Yeah, I realized that after session. I'm like, oh, what happened to the... Oh, we lost the osmium. I wanted that.
I was outvoted.
Yeah, but the osmium would have taken up most of the weight in the bag. That's
yeah,
the
but we
problem.
had a lot of shit we don't need in there.
It was also the session you weren't there, so it's kind of like that. That's why I said, I'm not going to make her make this decision, but it is a decision that could be made. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. You guys encountered the beholder after trying to brute force your way through the locks. The beholder charmed a majority of the group, but instead of finishing everyone off, just decided to go away and do a secret combination that allowed the beholder to go somewhere. Who knows where, because you guys didn't input that code. You decided to continue brute forcing your way through and found, luckily, the right code at the right time to show this amorphous blob that had sounds, smells, and sights of a prairie to forest scenery, and so you guys all decided, since the place was collapsing, to jump in. On the other side, you found yourselves in a decently grassy clearing next to this forest, and it took this moment to reconvene oneself and have a discussion, start a short rest. It was at this moment that Racha had to make his departure from the group, leaving behind mementos to each one of you, as well as a proper goodbye this time, before departing and eventually, when the magic came back, flying off and away. You guys got your short rest in, because it had only been about 10 hours, or no, it hadn't been even that long since your last long rest. But realizing that you guys were in the place that the clue said would be taking you to the next step, you guys started searching and looking, specifically, with different abilities to see invisibility. It was, as things had calmed down and the long rest happened and people were looking around and starting to try and figure things out, that they realized that Bella had not made an appearance since you guys all had transferred yourselves into the purple blob and summoned here. After Bryn had, with her see invisibility, noticed a grid pattern across the floor, she turned and saw the manifestations of these things that Amric has, all staring at her. And as she was about to get sucked into whatever one main one was trying to do to her, a flash of energy as this green twirling Bella comes spinning through with her black blade, slicing this spirit-like head that was coming off of Amric, severing this connection that it was, this hole that it was having over Bryn at the time. A brief discussion was had and explanation by Bella that she missed her time window as you guys had left. She didn't want to sort of overload this transportation magic, also make sure that the beholder wasn't just invisible waiting to follow them in. A bunch of different things that made her delay her jump. And unfortunately she delayed when the magic was heightened, and it not only sent her to a different place, but also a different timeline. So she is 150 years further down the timeline than you guys are, but she was able to make her way, she explains, she was able to make her way back to the ruins of that place, activate the magic, and focus it in a way that she could appear when you guys, not quite at the same time, but shortly thereafter. She has knowledge of many things that may or may not happen, but she's going to try and stay quiet and stay uninvolved as much as possible, so that way the timeline can continue on truly. And so she would still have knowledge of what's to come, and though not be able to help directly, might be able to slightly change things for the better. Beyond that, you guys then started to decipher this, not only the code that was given, or the clue that was given to you, but how it would reference this grid-like pattern that you had before you, and the runes that lay across them all. And in true Fable Chaser fashion, you brute forced it. Large Badger Nori and Large Badger Amric, though only one doing the work, so very much a supervisor contractor role.
Cheater.
A small box was found underneath a lead plate underground, and Nori had pulled this out, and you guys had, I believe, opened it up, found the pelvic region of a humanoid, and a piece of paper. You had...
If it
Yes, don't forget opened up with dire consequences.
Well,
It wasn't trapped, from what I could tell.
from what you could tell.
Yes, it was.
It was very attractive. You guys, Polly almost died.
I don't know why you guys believe anything I say right off the bat.
Nevertheless, there was a little bit of a flash and bang to the chest as it was opened. Luckily, everyone had taken that long rest.
We never had a long rest.
Short rest. And everyone survived it. And you guys had taken the pelvic region to your chest and put it in. And then the chest closed directly afterwards, and you were about to put in the paper to find out your next clue, if I am not mistaken.
Yes, I fed the chest the pelvic region, and I was about to feed it the paper.
Okay.
I just want to say, in regards to us brute forcing it, this puzzle would be incredibly hard to brute force had we not had a whole ass badger. That's the only reason we were able to brute force this thing.
And to be fair, there was a little bit of walking in the woods and conversations that were had between a person and their ancestor, and some
Slowly
insanity
gaining more
points.
insanity,
Yeah, all that
yeah.
stuff. But I mean, that's not important.
Yeah,
Not at all.
no.
Bryn's already got
If you
points.
want to know the details, watch the last session.
Yeah, I mean, Bryn's already got props for solving the second level dungeon thing. So, just looks like a piece of paper. Sorry, hun. Nope, can't. Nope, I still don't see it.
Those are very nice tally points.
But nevertheless, that's where we return. The box is the chest has just closed shut over the pelvic bone that you had placed inside, and Kavorn is currently holding the piece of paper, looking at the group like, everyone ready? And that's where we
Double
resume.
back far, far away.
Everyone's just like 60 feet away from this damn chest.
That wasn't the chest that blew up on him. Rania. Like,
Only the one that's tried to take off our hands every time we fed it.
Yeah, I got hurt twice from that dumb chest. I don't have no.
I'll feed it the paper.
Okay.
Yum 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 yum
Give
yum
me a
yum.
moment. I might disappear. I might not. Who knows? Nope, I'm
Does the
still
paper
here.
have writing on it, or is it just a blank slip of
Nope,
paper?
just like last time, it is a blank slip of paper.
Muy delicioso.
All right. Sorry, I have it in my phone notes. Okay. So you insert the piece of paper, and the skull on the front of the chest gobbles it up, takes a moment to chew it, and then does a swallowing motion. But then it goes. So far, so good. You're doing well. But the island south has more story to tell. Before you leave, double check your gear, for once you arrive, you will face one's fear. Be courageous and swift, confident and smart, but it takes a wise soul to separate head from heart. From the North Shore beach, follow the sun. Keep an eye out for trees, for which death has hung.
can we get that into the chat?
Oh no. Because it's on my
Please.
phone. It's not on the computer.
Please.
Oh, please, I cannot
Please
write. I
figure it out.
physically can't
I'll
write
say
that
it once
fast.
more.
Oh God.
So far, so good. You're doing well. But the island south has more story to tell. I'll pause. Before you
Was that
leave,
4 lines? Wait, was that like your breaks were the lines? I'm guessing.
I am just
Okay,
saying,
thanks, Val.
it
keep
is
going.
It is a chest reading things out. Before you leave, double check your gear. For once you arrive, you will face one's fear. And honestly, it's just, that's how I'm zoomed in on my notes behind this little picture, so that's all I can read at once. Be courageous and swift, confident and smart, but it takes a wise soul to separate head from heart.
Sounds like we need a long rest.
From the North Shore beach, follow the sun. Keep an eye out for trees from which death has hung.
Okay. I made a Twitch clip, so we have it. If we need it.
Thank you, Amric. King amongst men.
With tiny dogs on lap. And with that, the chest stops muttering words and goes back into its dormant phase. Now, to clarify, the amount of time since your guys' last long rest, you guys won't be able to get the benefits of a long rest for about another 14 hours? Wait. Yeah, we did the 8, then you did 2, and then a short rest of 3, so it's only 11 hours. So 13 hours.
I mean, we still have to travel to the south of this island, and we don't know how far it is, so we might as well start walking and be set upon by whatever it is in that woods.
The woods are to the north.
Just for memory's sake, what island we're on? The first
No one, you guys
island.
have never figured out what island you are on. I had told you that the trees seem way different than the island that you were currently on. and you guys have not done any sort of investigating to figure out if you are on the same island, if you've changed islands, whatever the case may be.
But history-wise,
To be fair, we were
we did start
underground,
on the
so-
first island,
You started
right?
on the top island, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Hammer. Well, we heard the chest. Gotta head to another island now? I mean, we should figure out where we are first. Doesn't look like we're in Kansas.
What's a Kansas?
I mean, was it referring to the southmost island, or is there an island directly south of us?
Just want to ask this real quick. It's probably nothing. Nora already knows about a certain type of vine that'll like snatch you up from the ground and hang you. That was my first thought when reading that thing. Would that can't grow in this climate, can it?
It was in the jungle, the Zarvale jungle, so it could definitely live in a Caribbean environment.
Okay, I think I'd like to wait until. How much time do we have? Are we in the Magic Wane?
No, you
Where are we,
you guys are in a
Magic?
boon right now. Hence why
Okay.
that chest exploding on you guys did so much damage.
How much longer is this one?
You're probably looking at about 5 more minutes.
If you need an aerial view, I can take care of that for a little bit.
That's true.
I'm not very good with geography.
Yeah, that's my worry. I just don't have enough time to get up high enough to do this before the magic wanes. And if I'm a bird in the magic wanes and it cuts off my wild shape, that's gonna end real poorly.
It's not really a problem. We still have to head south, so we might as well start walking.
Well, we
And
could
then
be on.
in the next hit of magic, we can do whatever we need to do. It's only 25 minutes away, and it's not that far. So
What's 25 minutes away? Oh, the Wayne of
there's
Magic.
5 minutes left of this, and then 20 minutes of
Nori sits
nothing.
on the ground and starts going through her gear.
One of those ones where
Said to double check, so that's what I'm doing.
Yep.
Can I go into the forest and see if I can find some herbs and like anything edible?
Okay. Survival check for you, Polly, and Nori, do an investigation check.
I suppose Amric will also double check his gear.
Okay. Investigation check.
$21.
How far in do you want to go, Polly? Just the periphery, or you want to go 15, 20, 30, 100 feet in?
I mean, I don't want to get stuck in there. I don't know, things have been weird, but I'd say about like 30, 40 feet in.
Okay. So you go in. You forage around, find some edible bits. You even find what looks to be like some sort of root vegetable, a little cluster of it. And you're like, okay. And I can at least take this back to Nori and get a check to see if these things might be poisonous or wrong or whatever. But you get enough to fill your arms, like, and it's including like the top shrubbery and such. But you got a hefty amount. And that'd be in the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Nori and Emmerich, you guys find, not in the bag of holding, but in your backpacks, anything that is not magical has disintegrated. You guys say this out to everyone else, and the same goes for you.
Everything that's not magical?
Everything that is not magical or not coin.
So-
disintegrates.
Like little pouches. Is it just
Everything.
in our backpack? Wow.
Okay, so if it's on your hip, if it's on your waist, no. But anything that was in your backpack compartment is that wasn't magical, and even some of it looks like okay, at least this is fine. But you go to reach for it and just turns to sand.
Yeah, because I have my plant stuff along my belt. At least that's how I've imagined it the whole time.
Mhm.
That was everything else is gone. And then I had the left shoe on the
The staff, so that's fine.
on the staff.
The left shoe is gone.
No, the left
Um,
shoe's there. It was on my staff.
No,
No,
but like
you-
my left shoe.
If you put it in your
Now you son of-
backpack, it's gone.
You son of a bitch, those were my mugs.
All the mugs are
Even
gone,
Bill?
and Plushy Bill is gone.
I'll make you another one. I'll make everyone
I
a new
just
one.
gotta delete everything.
Yep, delete it all.
You're kidding me. All of my tobacco, all of my booze, everything.
Anything that's not magical.
Wow.
What about all my hidden flasks that were not in my backpack?
Like I said, if it's not in your backpack, it's fine. But if it's in your
Okay.
backpack, it's gone.
But everything in the bag of holding is fine.
Everything in the bag of holding is fine. Yes.
Okay.
And then any coin.
Shit, that includes spell components, doesn't it?
Yep.
If you keep it in your backpack, yeah. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't keep a component pouch that I need to
Be
get access
honest
to.
with what you would keep in your backpack.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking
tr-
at my stuff.
I trust you guys to be honest
Question.
with what you actually would have kept in there and what you may not have in there in your list, but you probably would have put in there.
Quill of never-ending ink.
That's
Is
magical.
that technically magical?
Yeah, it's magical.
Okay.
Okay, everything that was really important to me is fine. I lost a good bit of rations though.
Yeah, I just lost 10 days of rations.
A
My
prayer
government
wheel.
issued ID is gone.
I know, so is mine.
No.
Anything from a different plane would also not be destroyed
Prayer
Oh.
wheel.
Of
because
course, my
you transferring between planes imbues it with a certain sense of magic properties. Prayer wheel. Have you used it for any magic?
Yeah, it's a magical component.
Yeah, but have you used the spell that is needed for it?
I don't remember what spell it's for.
If you can find that spell, and if you've used that spell, then it will have at least a little bit of remnant magic to have abated this process.
My Fiona dress is
Magical.
magical.
Yeah.
Oh, thank fuck. I've been so pissed.
Friend's like, I'm out. Fuck this. This is all a dream. I don't give a shit. You better make it happen, Val.
Alright,
Yeah.
everything I own that's not magical, with the exception of my component pouch, my clothes, my water skin, has been deleted.
my dirty books are gone.
Amric's all of a sudden very light.
Oh, my books are gone.
Well, it honestly really wasn't that much. Most of my stuff is magical.
Nori will rustle through the bag and pulls out a water skin full of rum, which is in Amric's category, and she hands it to him. It's like, I still have this if you want it.
Right, was that rum magical? Oh, we didn't.
It was
We
in the
didn't
bag
have
of
it anymore.
holding.
We don't have that rum anymore, do we?
Oh, it was the rum from the ship,
Okay.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was ship rum.
Was that ship rum? Because this is from my reset bag. I had a secondary sheet because that was saved because Google Sheets saves all your things.
Yeah.
I'll get rid of it. It doesn't matter.
Prayer wheel is still there because it's for regenerate,
There you go. Plenty of
and I
magic.
have used that a lot.
Yeah. No, plenty of magic in that.
I will remake everyone's plushies.
Yeah, I lost the plushie. That's sad.
Kaporn's just see a tear in Kaporn's eyes. So like, I
Oh
realized
my
what
God.
happened.
I could
lost
be
all that
really sad
booze.
that I lost my wood carving tools, but
Luckily, you have a magical tool set.
yeah.
I have listed in here that I have Amric's government issued ID in the bag of holding. Is that correct?
It is. It is not in my inventory.
Cool. I also have Bryn's.
Thankfully, everybody at home knows who I am.
Or do they?
Shut up.
Who are you now?
Just mean.
It's like I had this guy call me earlier asking me what year it was. I have no clue who it was. I just answered honestly though.
I told him to be safe because he sounded like he was going through some shit.
Does a potion of healing count as magic?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I get to keep that one. Great. I'm down to the clothes I have, my wedding ring, the left shoe.
Does the bottle consist of magic or does the just the liquid?
It's just look cool.
You guys,
Since it's in contact, it's fine.
I have no more cooking utensils.
Don't worry. I think
Amber's
we
like,
have-
I got you.
I got magical tools. Yay. Yeah, my cooking utensils died too.
If we ever meet, whoever created this,
I
we're
also
kicking their
lost.
asses, right?
I also lost like my 20 days of fucking cooking herbs.
You still have the magical cooking herbs, don't you?
I do have 9 days of magical cooking herbs. I should probably undelete those. It's a good point. They've got magical in the name.
I lost all my smut books. I'm quite sad.
Good news for you, Kaparin. I still have all of your clothes in the bag of holding, so you're not without clothes.
I'm so glad you lost all of your smart books because I lost all of my sleeping gear and my
I lost
cooking
my good book
gear.
that I was enjoying.
Okay, I think we've pretty much deleted everything we needed to.
Lost my Duradar wedding clothes.
Nori, I know the expensive spell component that the one that you
I
got from
have
the
that
terrace.
spell stocked, so that would be on my belt.
No, the stuff you got from the terrace. That you
That's
were
what I had on my belt.
that you were gonna use to start upgrading spells.
Yeah, because I have a little drying bag, and whenever we get into water and stuff, I have to put it in there so I don't lose my shit.
Okay, because I know you'd bought in one thing that was pretty long and it wouldn't fit in a component pouch.
It was like a separate little bag that I was given a while ago. If you want to make me get rid of that one,
I'd say get rid of probably that one item. Yeah, because it was like a long stick or stalk of something.
Would arrows like in the quiver be fine because they're on you, not in the
Yeah,
backpack?
yeah. No, this is
Okay.
what's directly in the backpack.
Just double checking.
So like
crossbow.
unmagical shields and things that you would have like had attached to you wouldn't be involved in that situation.
so just our backpacks. They targeted exclusively our backpacks.
You made me get rid of my 2 unmagical daggers. How dare you?
Why are you keeping those in your backpack? Just
Because I have
shaving
the
stuff
other
in
2
there?
ones.
These
'Cause I have
random
my two
daggers just stabbing
magazines.
the shit out of everything in your backpack.
Everything, it has to be tough, you know? Everything needs to be conditioned.
Builds character.
And so if someone tries to steal something from my bag, they gotta get past the daggers.
Exactly.
How big was the forget me potion?
It'd be magical, so it's fine, regardless.
Okay.
But
Okay, got it.
it's not a tiny potion. We're not talking like,
I have it in my
Felix
component.
from-
Yeah, I have it in my component pouch. And I was like, wait, it's probably in a flask, so it's probably much bigger
No, it's
than.
bigger than a flask.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
Yeah, we're talking like a whiskey serving bottle.
Oh, okay. I just
Right.
want to make sure. I want to move it so I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, that bitch
Oh.
is pretty big.
Um,
It's about 5 pounds.
be alchemist fire?
Magical.
That technically? Okay.
Anything
Like, is that magic
that's-
or just fire?
Anything that's not gray in your inventory, I think, is automatically magical.
See, but like stuff like the never-ending ink is technically like white. It's just custom.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
just
not
a
a thing.
common magical item.
I just want to make sure. I
Yeah,
don't know.
gray
I'm
just means
making
common.
sure.
It doesn't technically mean if it's magical or not, because the Orb of Gonging is also a magical item, but it is a common magical item.
Yeah, I just don't know. The amount of non-magical greening up items is very low if they're even existent, so...
Yeah, that would just be more like very fine, fancy jewelry or stuff. What's up, Corn?
Lovely Lotus. Was that a small vial?
Yeah, that would have been a small vial.
Okay,
Yeah, because it's basically a snooter of...
got it. I'm trying to figure out what would go in the component pouch and what would technically not exist in there.
It would be gone. You would have put it in your bag because if it's found on
Okay.
your person in a lot of places, that's illegal.
Okay, got
So
it.
Probably having it in a place where you could accidentally have it fall out, or someone who's trying to steal stuff from your waist all of a sudden just gets, a $3,000,
Sure.
3,000 GP. Like, holy shit, this is an awesome 8-ball I just scored. Like, oh.
No, the sippy cup wouldn't be in the backpack. Good. The sippy cup would be on my person. Just
Yeah,
hidden.
you said in the past that you've had the sippy cup attached to your belt in the back under your cloak.
Yep. So you can't really see
You
it
mean the
unless...
one that you stole from me?
You
I did not
left it
steal it.
behind.
I never left it behind ever.
I even asked you and you said, yeah, I would have left it. I specifically asked because Kapoor was going to steal it, so I was like, would probably have left it behind him. Like,
It's
yeah.
not stealing. Kaporan thought he was gonna go die. So it's a memento in honor of Polly's thought, and Kaporan just has never given it back.
Yeah, Kapoor literally ran into his room and then ran out, going, "Ah," and then ran to his own room.
Me being paranoid has saved a lot of my stuff.
There's always a good reason to be.
Yeah, I keep getting roasted for it, and then I keep being right.
It's just really going to suck when the thing finally goes after just the magical items.
That would be awful.
The thing?
Yeah, whatever the thing that happens at that time. I'm not talking like the movie The Thing.
I know, can we go home, please? I hate this place. I've literally lost half my possessions.
I know, but Bella said we shouldn't leave the island right now, or these islands right now.
Yeah, Bella's from some weird future and it could not even be ours.
Or it could be horribly worse.
Or it could
Or
be a lot better. Don't know yet.
Warren looks at Bella for confirmation.
I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying I hate this place.
Giving you my warning, you guys do with it what you will.
Oh, was that Bella? So she told us that we're gonna lose our magic shit.
No,
She didn't
No,
tell
no,
us
no.
we were going to lose our
No,
magic
that was-
shit at
that was-
all.
No, she told you guys that
you shouldn't leave the islands right now.
from the timeline that she's from, you guys continued on with the quest. And if you guys don't, then everything that she knows is basically thrown out the window, and you guys might get in, because the stuff that's going on with the magic is worldwide. And that's put a lot of countries on edge, and everyone's trying to find out the reason for this and blaming everyone else because of it. And so, like, just popping
I
up
get it.
places-
We all know it's my mom's fault. Blah,
Just-
blah, blah.
just popping up. Polly, not everything's you or your mom's fault. Jeez. The world does not center around your family.
Are you sure about that right now?
I'm
Yes,
positive.
I'm from a different timeline. I'm past.
you're not the center of the universe, Polly.
She's like, I'm tired of you and Knowhere fighting for who's got the worst problems.
We got the worst family
I wasn't
issues.
fighting at all.
Sounds like it. But yes, the world right now is fucked. And a lot of people want to find out the reason for why it's fucked. But no one knows why, and no one's gonna know why for a while. So, popping
Yes, it
around and
was.
doing things
Are
and
we the
possibly
reason?
being pointed as the reason is probably not a good thing.
Wait, what did you say, Emmerich?
He asked if we were the reason.
Are we the drama?
Emmerich, not everything revolves around your group.
I get it, you're 150 years older. Can you calm the fuck down, please? Jeez, you don't have to take it out on us just because you were gone for 150 years. Wasn't our
Polly,
fault.
free advice.
And she invisibles.
Yeah, as soon as Bella goes away, Nori just like slow turns to Polly and goes, "Free advice. Don't tell people to calm down. It has the opposite effect."
I get it. Hey, by the way, free advice. Stop telling me what the fuck to do. I'm not a kid. I'm tired of people telling me what the fuck to do all the time. Sorry, everybody wants me to go and do stuff. Everybody, I don't know. I'm sorry. Just, I'm gonna walk away right now. I'm gonna walk away. And I will walk back to the forest and start foraging even more.
Shall I figure out where we are?
What have you done to help figure out where you are?
Oh no, it's like Kaporn's asking.
Oh, okay.
Like, should I try to figure out where we are?
Try your heart out, Kaporn, please.
She salutes, or he salutes. Something that he's seen the military do, and he's just like, off I go.
And Bryn's just like, oh, that was done incorrectly.
Of course it would be done incorrectly.
Probably did it with the
Okay.
wrong side and the wrong spot and everything just wrong.
Just short of flipping someone off, yeah.
Perfect.
Kaporn, you float upwards.
Yep. He hit
Like-
the tree line, and he's
Mhm.
gonna look. He's gonna be like, I know there was mountains that way, and
Nope,
We
no
got, like,
mountains.
a minute left.
Never said there's mountains. I have
Oh, there wasn't a mountain.
adamantly said there are no mountains.
right.
It is a
just forest,
sea of
as long
forest
as
in one direction, and what you assume to your, if you're looking at the forest to your left, so west, what you think might possibly be the ocean, but you guys can more smell the salt water in the air and everything. So you guys know you're at least still on the island, or at least close to a beachhead of some sort. But you've already rolled for that, so it's pretty much just seeing the same stuff for you.
Okay. I guess he would just.
I would say Nori with the best internal clock would be like, you got about 20 seconds.
It's my boots, though. They're innately magic.
But have you been flying when the magic is turned off?
Yeah, when we first got here, I thought.
Oh, you activated them as it was a turned off time, but you had never had the boots activated from when it went from magical to non-magical. You could certainly stay
Oh.
up there if you want to.
I never thought about it that way. Okay. He'll come back down then.
How fast does your boots go? 20 feet around?
It's as fast as I can walk, so 30 feet around.
Okay. That's enough time. You get down. Hit the ground. Alright, when is it? You guys feel the magic dissipate.
Okay.
Did anything happen to his boots, or did you turn him off, Kaporn?
They turn off once it
it'll-
hits the ground.
Yeah, it's past a minute, so it'll just turn off as soon as I touch. Okay. Shall we just head towards the beach then? Or what I assume to be a beach. Okay.
Val, do I know which direction would be closer, beach-wise? No?
Nope.
Okay.
You were able to gather that the forest is north from the sun and the time that you guys have been out here, but without knowing anywhere on the island or which island or whatever the case may be, You too can smell the salt in the air, but without a better vantage point. What Kaporan saw is about the best rendition of where water may be. If you were a plains druid or a beach-going druid, I would say that's probably.
Oh no, I'm not complaining about that.
Yeah.
I'm well aware. I am a mountain druid. I may be of nature. I'm a little bit out of my element. I'm doing my best.
If anything, you're just like, which way do I have an aversion of going? That way. Water must be that way.
Ocean is my opposite, okay? That's why I get sick.
Do we wait for Polly then?
Yeah.
I mean, should we go get him or should we just wait for him?
Wait for him to come.
Polly returns with an armful of vegetables and no people here.
Y'all leave.
Should we give him space or should we go after him? Not abandon him.
I'm gonna leave him. Just let him have space.
I would come back 10 minutes later with nothing.
But full.
No, not even that. Are we going south or not?
Towards where we think there's water. I don't know if that's directly south.
So where do we think is water?
I'd rather follow the tree line so we're not remarkably exposed. Because of all the explosion sounds, anything that is here knows we are here. We've already been seen, yada yada yada. I just like to... I don't know what I'm doing here. It's fine.
Well, the magic is gone, so we're doing nothing until we start walking. So, which way?
I know a general direction, right? Like the water.
Yeah.
I think Kaporan confidently points in the direction he thinks water is.
I mean, Nori has given you what's north, south, east, and west, so you know that what you think is water is west.
Okay.
Which would track for all the islands, so...
They are islands. We can go any direction and find water.
So,
I think Nori will just start walking west.
okay. There's a Nori going west.
She'll
Or
stop,
west.
look behind her.
No, Bren would have followed her,
Bryn runs into Nori.
basically.
Nori like stops and turns around and like is like staring directly into like Bryn's chest, and she's just like, "So why'd you stop?"
And then Nori will turn back around and start walking.
So everyone west.
Westward.
Sure.
Yep, let's go.
All right. Into the thick of it. So you guys travel westward and start walking. A seemingly archaic form of transportation for a group such as yours. But everyone needs to get their steps in. So, with the lack of pedometers, you guys move westward. 20 minutes later, the magic kicks back on.
Afraid to cast the spell because oh wait, I don't even have it stocked. Never mind.
Crisis averted.
How did the spell jump?
We still have it in the spell gem?
If you're talking about Windwalk, yeah, you have it in the spell
Yeah.
gem.
We'd only have it for 20 minutes, though. Do we want to use it on that? Nori would put that forth. She'd just keep walking.
Well, just like how it was connected to like the person's. You said it's connected to the person's soul, like sort of. I wouldn't know how that works. So.
Are our backpacks gone or just everything inside of them?
Everything inside that wasn't magical.
Okay, can I, on our way, like while we're walking, kind of keep an eye out for something to put water in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have like 4 water skins in this bag,
Yeah,
Polly.
I still
I
have one
had a water
skin.
skin and I don't anymore, and it's making me really nervous.
Are you keeping that to yourself or saying that to the group?
Yeah, pretty much. Just looking around for stuff.
Okay, I'll say that was a yes to the keeping it to yourself.
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
All right, because I asked if you're keeping it to yourself or telling the group, and you said yes, and I'm like,
No, keeping it to myself, pretty
Okay.
much, yes.
all right. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you guys are walking in.
Searching the wilds for a water skin.
Water, like, it's something that would, you know. We'll say that you found smaller ones when you searched the forest a little bit, but you do come across larger versions, and it's a root vegetable, but it's more like a gourd. And you'd be like, okay, this could work. It needs some work. It needs to be hollowed out. Everything needs to be scooped out and dried a little bit, but I could make this into, a type of canteen.
I will try to have as many, like, if there are gourds around here, I'll pick up a few for food and everything else.
I'll say that you find 2 large enough to be usable in a canteen fashion.
Okay.
Other than that, coming across some of the other ones that are out, not in the forest, but out here, they're all underripe. Like, obviously not good enough to eat yet. But
Sounds good.
if you want to make one a canteen, you could use the other one straight up as like a full-on soup for someone, and that'd be covered an entire meal for one person. All right.
Along with the other stuff that I found earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you continue on. Another 20 minutes, and then...
Well, hold on. Just something little stupid, but I don't want Nori to think that Bryn's mad at her or something like that. She'll go up and hold Nori's hand while they walk. Because she's like, shit just happened. I don't know what happened with her, but I'm here for her. But I don't want to say it because I don't want to make her Denny do anything.
Okay. Bryn being the
I
husband.
support you, Nori, is what she's trying to say.
Bryn being the husband.
And
of this
Nori,
relationship
hand
right
squeeze, accepts the support.
now. Okay, cute. Anyway, it's funny because every time I just like, I know it's not, but every time I
A
just
line.
No. I know height-wise it's not as drastic, but every time I picture Nori and Bryn holding hands, I picture like Nori being like, and Bryn.
Nori's like a little bit like above Bryn's chin, but it's always everything. It's like, oh, Nori's like 3 feet shorter.
It's just a visual thing we've played into the group now.
Not that short, and Bryn's short for a Valkyrie.
It's all right.
Fuck off.
Bryn's like, don't bring that up.
Yelling to the gods about their heights. Perfect.
Anyway, you guys continue on the 20 minutes, and then the magic goes away. Continue walking. With the smell of water getting stronger in the air, you guys realize there'll probably be somewhere around 45 minutes to an hour of more walking, and you guys will probably be at the beach.
Nori, I don't know if you want to try, but if you're willing, could you get a better aerial view of the area? You're better at geography.
Yeah, I can do that.
There's currently magic down right now.
Oh,
So
Okay.
if you
in
guys
the
want-
future,
Yeah.
in the next coming cycle. Big word.
I apologize. Whoever else gets turned into something, just follow my lead if it happens.
Amric has stopped as you guys continue walking.
Bryn like slyly looks at the hand holding they're doing, going, "Oh fuck, it's gonna be me, isn't it?"
Was Nori
Not
standing
saying
near
anything.
Amric when it happened?
I would say probably like 15 feet.
Who was nearest to Nori when it happened?
Amric. Because you knew what you were turning into, so you sort of like separated yourself from the group.
Chitter.
He just turns into a bird and drags Bryn with her. Force Bryn to learn how to fly.
But 20 more minutes of walking, and the scent of salt water is very heavy in the air, and you can even hear coastal birds now as you guys are getting closer. Not akin to seagulls, but not quite as annoying. Not rats with wings.
There's
Ours? But the magic kicks back on if you want to go ahead and wild shape now.
Yeah, I'll probably step like 20 feet away from the group. She'll like, okay, who would be the least hating being an animal?
I believe I can fly.
Kaparan, I'm worried. I'm worried if I turn you into a bird, you won't come back, or you'll fall from the sky and it'll end.
I
real
like
poorly.
this idea.
Emmerich, you'll need to shoot Kaparan down.
No,
I
Amric
like
will be
this
there
idea
to catch
even
him
more.
on his sword.
I'll brace his impact with
I got it.
Wait, could Kaparan even fly since his arm is all fucked up?
You'll have to see.
No,
It's been
Oh.
regenerated to a point.
Yeah, Nori will turn into. She'll look like whatever the birds around here look like.
So you're going for a small bird?
Yeah, probably something a little smaller.
Okay. Closest birds that you've seen here are like robins.
Oh, I thought I was meaning the seagulls because they fly a bit higher.
You guys haven't seen the coastal birds yet. You've just heard them from a distance.
Okay.
And it's more like crow caws that you're hearing, but it's not like it's. I'm just saying it's that loud and abrupt that, like a crow caw, but you haven't seen the birds yet. The birds you'd seen in the forest, which you guys are walking parallel to the forest right now, are akin to robins.
Yeah, then we'll do like a little hawk.
I mean, you've
It has
seen
a faster
seagulls
flying
before,
speed.
haven't you?
Hmm?
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean they're indigenous to this side.
Right, true, but doesn't mean you can't turn into one either.
Okay, sure. I'll turn into that.
Get shot down and get. I'm just kidding.
I die.
Okay, so seagull it is.
Yeah, and just fly up.
invasive species. Shoot it down.
While she does that, I will walk over to Comparin and.
No, you
Can I
won't.
see your hand for a second?
You
Wait,
are
Polly
on
won't-
your way to walking over to Comparin
That's fine.
when Nori and Polly Sorry, but you got
I
the
can't
D6 this
resist it.
time. No.
Nori ignores this and goes and flies off. Does Polly know how to fly is the question.
It doesn't matter.
I'm saying a
You just see a
polymorph.
bird on the ground, like screaming.
Kapor goes over to the bird. He's like, "Okay, calm down, calm down."
Just get
He'll
louder.
bite you too.
Kapor's like, "I don't know how to handle a bird." Like, does someone have a coat or something to throw over the bird? I don't know. Have him try to sit on. Kapor's like, offers the arm. He's like, "Can you sit on my arm?"
Roll a D20, Polly.
I've got 5 copper on Polly.
I'm just going to be using Hawk stats for simplicity. Is that okay?
Kaporin, Does a dirty 20 hit?
A dirty 20? Yeah.
All right. You take 1 point of slashing damage as Polly reaches out with his beak and nips you.
I told you I was biting.
Nori, I have seagull stats if you need them.
Yeah, I just didn't know I had stats for him.
Yeah, 60 feet, 5 speed.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Is the dex a +3?
No, it's a 13. So
Okay, so lower dex.
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so she'll fly up, 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 and up.
All right.
Polly's screams getting
Kaborn is now
farther
running away
behind her.
from Polly, who is waddling after him.
Stop! It's me! It's Kaporin! Polly! No!
I don't want to keep saying that.
Make a perception check, Nori.
Horn's
Does
a trick
seagull get
word.
advantage? Because typically birds get advantage on
No,
these.
Seagull does not get advantage.
Mm.
But you do have the opportunity to take the disengage action as a bonus action. Because of the frightened feature you have.
It's a 22.
It's still good. You do see the water. You do see many different birds, and it looks like different semi-aquatic, semi-land mammals and creatures like seals and such on the beach as well. Not moving, but obviously still, grouped up and alive. So there's probably sunbathing or something like that. But other than that, you don't see anything oceanside. Looking out towards the forest, it is, again, a sea of treetops. No other physical landmark beyond that, and it goes on for a long time. Towards the east, where you guys came from, it's just the edge of the forest. One thing that you do notice with your perception is that the forest seems either to somehow naturally, because there are sometimes natural things that happen that make it, but it's very rare, and it's almost in too straight of a line for it to have really happened. But the forest is pretty much from being up here and this high up, it's almost a straight line cut going east. Like I said, can technically happen in nature, but seems a little bit too straight for too long for it to be an accident.
My thought is this is cultivated by something.
It would make sense with the extra fertile land that you guys had dealt with.
And seeing a shadowy person in the woods, probably not thrilled we're here. But looking out over like the plains, does it just go on and on?
It goes on for a long time. You do see pot marks of little thickets of trees and a few gradual rolling hills. But you do see far off in the distance what looks to be structures that don't extend to the beach. They seem much more inland. But it is at the periphery, like the very tail end of your vision. Like, we're talking luckily you went high up enough to see past the curvature. Like, that's how far out it is. But you can tell with how it breaks up the horizon that it's most likely buildings.
And then
Not very tall buildings, but buildings.
I couldn't ask any further questions about that, could I?
In that
the
direction, no.
coloring?
You guys have been walking away from it for too far, and
Oh, that's away from us.
yeah, you guys are walking towards the water, and I said back towards inland, so that would be east. So an hour of almost walking towards the water. But like I said, tail end of your vision, and you could just see that it's an uneven surface on the horizon. So you're guessing that's probably structures.
Okay.
Since you haven't seen any mountains on this island.
Okay. And then in regards to Windwalk, since it takes a minute to cast, and I've got it in the spell gem, we would have 19 minutes. What?
You said, ow. kicked yourself or something? Hey, don't do that.
No, there was a weird sharp pain in my knee, and I'm not sure why. This happens a lot. I'm 22 and falling apart. And so I wanted to know about for Windwalk.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's going to be boosted, all that fun stuff. How long would it take?
Might be boosted.
Might be boosted, might be not. But I'm operating under normal Windwalk.
Mm-hmm.
How far could we get in 19 minutes?
In 19 minutes, you're looking at somewhere in the range of... And you guys are staying together, so you obviously can't do the full speed of Windwalk.
Unless it was, we are following the ocean. Stay along the... Like, we went to the coast, and I said, okay, just follow the shore.
Again,
When you have one person going north when we all go south.
And not just that,
Like,
it's...
Point in a direction. We're going that way.
If you guys
Don't
are
be
all
stupid.
going in one direction...
You're acting like Eartha Marsh is here.
But luckily south is where you want to go. You guys full speed going there. I mean, it just takes one person stopping for a second, and all of a sudden, poof, everyone else is gone from them. So, like, even the 300, you know, the slower speed, you guys aren't, like, right next to each other at all times. You guys separate a little bit, but you're still within eyesight. You're still within reasonable range to veer off and get to one another. But going at that full speed, like, you guys are... Your forms are barely holding on as you're traversing. But with the slower speed, and we'll say 18 minutes, or 18 and a half minutes if you guys want to try to do a glide down. I mean, who knows what happens if you guys are in Windwalk and the magic turns off.
Fair enough.
Hopefully that won't do anything to you physically.
Yeah, that would be not ideal. So,
So-
we'll say like 17 and a half minutes.
I would say that you guys could effectively just do a simple math here. Probably a good 10 miles.
Would that get us far enough to...
Yeah, 10 miles. Who knows? With you having no idea of the distances here, it's a good guess. Possibly a good shot, but, I mean... It's more like... Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, my thought is that we're at the second... At the third island, since there's that greenery and then the lighter one, and it's a straight line. I know it might be just the program, but that...
No, I
It
did it all by
feels-
hand.
What?
I did it all by hand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, I've used this one. It has a little jagged thingy.
Mm-hmm. All that's on those islands.
Yeah,
The islands are
that's
to scale and with the right colors.
wonderful. Do I see it? So the forest is north. Yeah, it's kind of the only one with the plains thing, and then forest north.
It's a good assumption.
Yeah, but assumptions have gotten me killed.
Yep.
The map is also how old, and we've already learned that it's out of date.
Yeah, Yeah.
You can certainly try.
so I don't know jack shit. Great. That was very helpful. Nori will probably take a minute and just be up there for a bit, just appreciating the nature part. That's, you know, the world's still spinning.
Mm-hmm.
There's still sunbathing. Just be up there for a minute, and then I'll fly back down.
Okay.
Well, Nori's up there. Can I just look into the forest. I'm not gonna go into it because she's just like, what's in there? There's gotta be something in there. But
Sure.
she's just gonna like try to look.
Give me a perception check. Polly's chasing
no.
Kaporin around.
Stop! Stop!
No, I just sit still. And if he tries to get near me, I'll snap at him.
Amber, what are you up to? Oh, that sounds about right, Bryn.
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
I am currently waiting for.
Why? Why?
I'm waiting for Kaporin to piss Polly off again, and then when he runs by me, I'm gonna trip him.
Okay. Kaporin, go ahead and make a dex save.
What did I continue kissing Polly?
Did I save?
Hmm.
The OK doesn't tell me anything.
I'd say you stick the leg out and you get Kaporin to do like a little like double step, but it doesn't send him on his face.
Ren, your rolls are insane.
In the membrane.
It's like
Matches her personality right now.
Insane in the brain.
I went to talk and it rolled again. Before, sorry.
It's all good. So, Nori, you spent your time up there, but internal clock is telling you it's getting close. And Polly's probably had enough of being a seagull.
Like that brief contemplation, like, what if I just stayed a seagull? Would life be easier? Could I just avoid this? No. I'll go back.
Okay, bye.
I think I then probably might take affront to it and chase you for the rest of your guys' lives.
Yeah, I'd be
You
slaughtered and I
fucking son of
deserve
a
it.
bitch. Caw, caw, caw.
Die?
I come back and turn into me. I'm not that much of an asshole.
So as Polly, you back in, just arms crossed. Stand up.
That really hurt.
You took one point of damage.
When you say that, Bryn's just gonna like look at you. I'm like, I'm pretty sure my punches have hurt more than that did. That looked like nothing.
But it's slashing damage. I'm not
Right.
resistant to slashing
I
damage.
have multiple slashy things that I could attempt that we could try out and see what was worse, Kaporn.
Or like hides behind a tree. No.
You know, for science and experimentations.
No.
Sorry, Polly. There are structures over in that direction. It's a remarkably straight line for us, but with our map, it's out of date, so I don't know. I don't
West
know
or
where we are.
south? West or south?
East?
There are structures to the east, but it's a ways away. It was at the edge of my vision.
Maybe more southeast.
You mean like a town?
Something like it.
Oh God, please say there's a fucking town around here. I mean, if we need to go somewhere, we need information. That's the best place to get it.
So are we backtracking then?
And now, magic's gone.
Does Bella pop out of invisible when the magic disappears?
She's lived through this, so she probably knows how to prep her spell work against it.
Back the other way.
Yeah, back the other way, I guess.
We're switching to left wall strats this time.
Exactly. Left
Walls,
strats.
forest.
The wall. To some people.
So So like I said, the town or the structures or whatever that you had seen was to the southeast. Pretty much at a diagonal from where you guys are at right now. So you can either head the forest or you can head the beach. And it would be roughly equidistant as far as getting closer to the structures. So what should you like to do?
I would
You
leave
know,
that decision up to you.
You're the one who saw them. I mean,
It's equal both ways. It doesn't really matter.
I say beat.
One for beach.
I mean, if we go back the way we came, we already know what's back on that route.
I'm voting against the barn.
One for forest.
Let's go towards the town. So that's what, forest? Or just the other way?
It's the same. Either going forest or beach would put you, as far as time and getting closer to the town, it would, like I said, it'd put you equidistant. So no matter which way you go, you would be getting the same amount of closer to the town.
Nori, beach-wise, was it a lot more open?
Yeah, it was more open. There were animals and birds, seals. or
Fine, then I
something.
vote beach so that we can see what is around us. So that we're not surprised by anything.
2
That's
beaches?
fair.
3 beaches? A party full of beaches?
Ooh, the beaches.
Beach.
So Amric and the beaches. Got it.
All your
Eric
beaches.
and the pussy cat.
So, you guys, do you guys want to obviously not go on sand because walking in sand sucks? But you guys want to go as far up, like up to the sand, or just
Yeah, like
with-
not on the stand, but like following the shore.
Okay. Easy enough to do, and you guys do see the different types of birds and the different animals that are here. Nori, with your stupid perception and your need to see all things animals, go ahead and give me a perception check. Um,
19.
the seal-like creatures on the shore, something you've never seen before. Something close to seals, but much thinner and lighter than like the blubbery seals that you've seen in the past. Something in between what would be a like a sea otter to a seal. So
Lemonade.
they're as big as seals, but much skinnier and tighter, like an otter is. They have the fur rather than the skin like a seal does as well. But their heads are, best way to describe it, it kind of looks like a beluga whale. It's kind of forward extended, almost larger than should be not chrome dome, but larger than average dome to the head, and this stupid, quirky smile on their faces at all times.
I love them already. So they use echolocation. They have very warm fur. It's weird that they're in tropical environments.
As long as the water's
That
cold,
feels-
that's probably what matters.
That
It's
feels
true.
good.
And as far as the birds go, there's 2 different types of birds. One seems to be, to your best look and knowledge, like a black, all black seagull with a shorter beak than a seagull's, almost like a woodpecker's beak. It looks sturdy, hard, and comes to a point. And then there's red stripes that go across the beak. And then the other bird is something closer to like a pelican. It's got a much larger mouth. It obviously is a fisher, and dives down and does the same sort of gulping mechanic that pelicans do to catch fish. But instead of a long beak like pelicans have, this one has a much wider, almost like duck-esque, but extended out further bill and beak. And size-wise is about the same size as... I literally just said the name and now I'm blanking.
Pelican.
Pelican, thank you. Pelican. But without the long neck to it. It's got a much shorter neck. And
We got the seal otter,
and it is
the
gray.
crow and the weird pelican.
The duck can, yeah.
Who can? The duck can.
Exactly. But you guys see different little gatherings of the mammal-like creatures at different sections of the beach. Obviously, different little pods or families or groupings or whatever. And it seems that the duck cans are the more apex flight creature here, whereas the other ones are much more scavengers, picking up the remnants of whatever the
Duckins?
sodders,
Eaters.
odals. We'll go with odals.
Yeah, I just had as it seal otter.
It's an odal.
Okay,
Slaughter.
it's an odal now.
Yep.
I have learned that a group of seals is called a bob, so that's fun.
We'll call a group of odals a yodel.
I approve.
It's a yodel of odals.
of odals. That's gonna be difficult, but okay.
Now you know. All right. So the obligatory druid stuff is taken care of, and we move on.
Sorry.
It's fine. I get to actually tell somebody the creatures that I make. Suffer
Like a
with
king
me,
gorilla?
everyone. All right. But you guys start walking in a southerly direction along the beach on the more compacted, harder ground. Along with it, seeing the different yodels that pop mark the different portions of the beach and the different birds. It seems that the camaraderie between the seagull-like creatures and the odals is actually very beneficial to both of them. The odals aren't... they don't eat the entire carcass of the fish that they catch and eat. So, just like seagulls, these ones are scavengers, and they basically clean up the debris behind them. One thing that you do notice about the seagull creatures is that their beaks seem to be able to take out bone. And they will completely eat the entire carcass and cut through fish bone and carcasses that are there. So, don't fuck with them. And Nora, you need to spend a lot
Wasn't
more time to
planning.
be able to summon them.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna happen for a while.
You guys walk. 20 minutes later, because you guys had started veering southwards during a down spike. So 20 minutes later, magic is back.
As we were walking in the down area, Nori would have offered, do we want to wind walk or save it? Probably save it. We might have to do ocean stuff. Never mind.
What time is it? Estimated?
Time to party. Estimated? I mean, you guys really don't know. Nori was able to get a rough estimate of time when you guys landed here, which was sometime before noon. It is sometime after noon. If Nori had to guess... Nori would guess somewhere around the 2 p.m. mark.
If it doesn't seem like we made much progress before nightfall, I guess. I don't know. If not, we can wait until we actually get there.
Nori will keep walking.
Okay.
Keep walking.
Magic comes back. 20 more minutes. Magic dies away again.
Born's gonna try to practice summoning
Bridge
his
just
sword.
deuced. I'm out.
Her computer is being a dick.
She should have named it Richard. So, as far as the magic going on, the magic turning off, you guys just want to keep walking?
Can I practice trying to hold my sword?
Sure.
In the down magic?
In the down magic?
Yeah, because you said like I don't know what will happen if the magic goes away while I still have my sword out.
Okay.
He
So
wants
you
to test-
summon the sword at the last tail ends of the magic time. And as the magic goes out, sword disappears.
He'll try summoning it out at the beginning of the.
Okay, when the magic comes back on?
Yeah.
Magic comes back on. Comes back in a bit of fiery explosion.
And he'll try to. He's mentally thinking like, stay. Like he's trying to like focus on it to stay with him when the magic goes back down.
Okay.
He's gonna use that 20 minutes of the up magic to kind of focus on that.
Okay. Treating his sword like spaghetti. Got it.
Mental practice. Gotta
Anybody else
practice.
want to do anything during this walking time?
Yeah, I'm gonna practice my form since I have nothing else to do. Vigorously.
Yeah.
Emmerich will just keep watch, make sure nothing is happening.
Well, you guys are
around him.
walking. No, we're not stopping and doing anything. We're continuing on. So anything that's really requires fine motor skills or anything like that, it's going to be hard to do.
That's exactly why I'm doing it, because I won't be standing still when I'm doing this shit.
Understandable. Amber, before you go, roll perception.
I was just turning my fan off, sorry.
It's okay.
Perception.
You are just a little bit more focused on. I bet you I could take one of those big ones. As he's looking at the odals.
Not the odals.
Polly, go ahead and roll a dex check with disadvantage.
But those taste real good for breakfast.
Right, blubbery. I don't know if you'd care for.
Gross.
You just gotta know
One
how
more
to
thing
cook
to add
it.
to my frustration. It didn't show up, but it was a 2.
Sounds
The
about
higher one was a 3.
right. That tracks.
Wasn't a 1.
But it doesn't help too that, like, even though you guys are on the more compacted portion of the beach, the harder dirt area, it is still pretty soft, so it's like a little bit more of a workout than like being on like stone or anything would be to walk. And you're just like, fuck it. Bryn, as she's walking, just kind of sort of checks out for a moment, and then she comes back. Oh, what? What's going on?
You're
I was
staring at
walking.
Nori again.
I was pretending to have a conversation in my head.
Bryn, doing it again.
But you guys continue on. If nothing else, I'd say you guys end up walking for about 2 hours altogether from the moment you guys veered south. And Nori, with your understanding of what you saw and how far away it was, you're getting the sense that probably soon you need to start heading hard east if you want to intercept that town.
We still heading for the town?
Best shot we have right now.
Okay, we'll need to turn east. That's good.
Alright. East it is, and you guys continue to travel.
Any luck with the board?
20 minutes on, 20 minutes off, 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. No, this isn't a hot cold regiment for after workouts, but this is the magic. And you guys continue. Sun is starting to set. It's been a while since you guys have traveled just straight up by walking, with a set destination ahead in front of you. So it wasn't an instinctual gauge of, okay, we won't make it there by sundown. But now as sun is starting to set, you guys are like, oh, okay, we're probably not going to make it there in time before sundown.
I get it, walk slow.
Let's just say no one else but Polly is really having to worry about stretching the steps.
What's Polly at? 25?
Yeah.
Bryn's right there with you.
But that's because Bryn's carrying a heavy ass shield.
Yeah. She's still right there with you.
But
At the start, she was holding Nori's hand and then went, Nori walks way too fucking fast. I gotta go to the back now.
Yeah, Nori probably would have like slowed down, but the whole like walking on softer earth and she doesn't get that difficult terrain, just like slowly going faster and faster.
The whole puppy walks forward and looks at you and then walks forward and looks at you and walks forward and looks at you and then, okay, I'll wait.
As Bryn's walking next to Polly, he's like doing weird hand motions, like ha, 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 at you
So,
the
Polly-
entire time. It
Polly's
just
practicing karate.
looks really stupid, but I'm doing my best.
You just practicing?
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not working out so well.
I believe in
There's
you.
this-
I think you can do it. It's just
there's
gonna
this-
take time.
Weird thing that I'm trying to do, and I can't. I don't know. It's like I gotta. It's a perfection thing, and I'm not very good at perfection. So
It just takes time.
Your
yeah,
You'll get
cooking's
it.
pretty perfect.
I'm sorry. What?
Your cooking's pretty perfect.
Yeah, I wish I had cooking utensils to cook with. That's not fun.
I'm just gonna kick a rock at Kaporin.
Kick a
If
rock
there's
at
a
me.
rock. If there's a rock around, I'm just gonna try to kick it at him.
All right. As you go to kick this rock, you kick it. Go ahead and make an athletics check for me.
Just you just hit like a fucking boulder, break your foot.
No, she kicks it at one of the animals, I'm assuming. A 3 and a 6.
Good rolls tonight, everyone.
So you kick the rock, and it's not a large rock. You didn't break your foot. It like through the air towards Kapoor. Kapoor, make a dex save. DC 13. He's like, ugh! And it goes, and just like as he's like leaning back for it to go over him, it just clips the bottom of his nose. Right
Oh, I
where-
thought he was in front of me, so I would have like kicked it on his back.
Yeah, but he was turning around talking to you during this.
I'll be back, child.
Kaporin.
What did I do?
So you kick the rock, and he's like, and then he's like, and he tries to lean back, and it catches him right where the lip meets the bridge of the nose. Catches him right there. He's like, ugh! And at the same time, you guys hear this. Amric does a 26 hit.
Maybe.
There's this bright green flash of energy, and Amric, boom, face plants into the ground. And you see Bella floating in the air above roughly where the center of his back was, holding her black blade. And she's in like a swung motion, like she just did something, and she's just holding there for a moment. And you, Polly and Bryn, go ahead and make perception checks. Oh, I'll roll for damage for you right now, Emmerich. She nat 20'd on her hit to you.
Oh, I'm gonna cancel it.
Okay. She still gets sneak attack. So it's 21 points of damage. Polly, you see it. You see the fact that her black blade is smoking. Like the tail end of a gun that just went off and the last little bits of smoke leaving it. The blade itself has this wisp of smoke coming off of it. And almost for a moment, you see this face in the smoke before it disappears.
What the
What
fuck did
the
I
hell,
just miss?
Bella?
Did you get
Emmerich,
another one?
You're not physically cut at all. It's just the sheer force of what happened behind you just sent you forward into a face plant.
What did I miss?
Please say that you're doing something to the things that are eating him and not at him.
Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm removing his growths.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
Also want to make an insight check.
You have disadvantage, Emmerich, because you feel a certain type of way. Mainly face on floor type of way. I mean, Emmerich wholeheartedly believes her because he feels less undead. Or I should say, he feels warmer. Polly, you believe her too?
Can you do us a favor and warn us next time, please?
No.
But why?
They know what he knows.
Is it the ones that were hiding in his shadow?
You don't know any of this.
We saw it.
Yeah, we saw it with the torch, with the blue,
Yeah.
with the ever-seeing lantern, whatever
They're
they
not
call.
hiding in a shadow. They're not hiding at all. Unless there's like a light on them.
When they did their hiding maneuver, that was Bryn seeing it. You guys just didn't initially see it when Amric was standing behind. I think it was it Nori holding it, or was it Polly at that time? Someone was holding it in front of them, and they casted a shadow back.
Polly was holding it. Polly moved. We all saw the horrible creatures. Bryn chatted with them. Nori noped the hell out of there. Just, I don't want to touch
she
that.
Left
Yeah.
she left it on the ground, and it's shown on top of him, and they all disappeared.
Bryn talked to them before that, so.
Yeah, but the whole them hiding thing was when Bella cut the first one, and Bryn could see the rest of them go and hide into Amric.
Okay. Orin's holding his upper lip / nose.
Can we not throw rocks at each other, please?
Bella will sheath her sword,
Said
or
something stupid.
her blade behind her. She goes, "Well, unfortunately, they're too smart. I'm probably not going to be able to get more for a while, but I'll be looking for you, Amric."
Thank you.
I could leave them if you really want me to.
No, please don't.
No, yeah, don't.
Do you know of a way to get rid of them besides slashing one at a time?
Nothing that's in my or your guys' realm of possibilities right now.
Anything is better than what's happened now.
The only way he's going to get better, like a quick fix, is being touched by a god.
That's just, it's super common. That happens all the time.
Don't make me divine intervention,
Please do
Nori.
not.
Because I will.
I mean, it's a
I don't
possibility.
even want. I don't even
It's not
want to
gonna
know
hurt
what would happen
anybody.
with that. Isn't
It'll be
that a
really
form of
interesting to see what
magic?
happens during that. If you do that during a high
Boosted?
peak. Be. Oh, Fine for a ride, guys.
It's like, I just want to go home.
It's not just
You're
one
back-
god that answers the call. All the gods answer. We got
just
you,
like
bro.
every
They'll start-
every deity just hears this, probably screeches into the void.
They all start a fight over who can be
No,
the
no,
one.
no, no. They all do what they think is the correct answer. So instead of one
Oh,
divine
no.
intervention, you get about 40.
Polly takes 20 d10 of psychic damage.
20? We're gonna say that it's no longer a search for Otis's mind, but a search for Polly's. There's gonna be a
Let's
lot
keep
of
on
heavenly
going.
voices shoved into one person's head very quickly.
Oh no, what would happen if I cast my what's it called? Commune with nature spell. I
Go
just
for it.
learned
You can
I
simply
don't have
try.
it stocked.
Hey, that's what long rests are for.
You commune not only with nature, but with all microorganisms in there.
I learn about everything, I just wake up with a nosebleed.
She's just like, oh my god, all my mitochondria are talking to me.
I
They call
understand the
themselves
secrets
the
of life.
powerhouse.
The powerhouse of my cells. I owe them everything.
And my nuclei take offense to that.
You know, that little conceited little asshole. He took that name for himself. He left us with the bullshit pieces.
Anyway, so with that, Bella, she's sheaths her blade, says her bit, and moves forward. And as she does so, she goes back to invisible. But Bryn, she's hanging out on your shoulder.
Cool. Do I feel her sit or anything like that?
No, she's too light to feel that. You just know she's there because of your blind sense,
Alright.
which you probably get is half the reason why she does that. It's because you know she's there. So if you're about to do some shit, you're like, oh wait, Bella's here. Like, you might want to move.
Just shrug her off real quick.
Mm-hmm.
One's kind of got a bloody nose from it hitting him in the lip, and he's like,
It's not bloody, but it's definitely swollen. He's got a fat lip right now.
Trying to tell him to keep his lips shut.
How close is Emmerich to us?
I would say Amric probably, if Bryn was towards the back with Polly, Amric wasn't too far away. Maybe either right in front or right next to her.
Literally how far?
Reach out and touch
Feet-wise.
someone.
Okay. So he's right in front of us.
Yeah.
You think he's walking right next to Kaporan?
And Kaporan's up with
Ahead of-
Nari right now, so.
Amric's looking for his opportunity.
I'm practicing my sword skills.
Yeah, I was gonna go. Nori lightly pats him, and it's like I'm practicing my sword skills. Nori takes a step away from preparing.
Literally watched me for 20 minutes, poof of sword, poof, goes away, poof, goes away, poof.
Just, I don't want to get stabbed. I'm not in the mood to get stabbed. But I support you practicing.
I have a Kaparan.
Everyone
I'm
stops
sorry.
in fear.
Did you say you have a Kaporan?
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
that means it's a bad
Oh
idea.
God.
You know it's bad when Kaporan even goes, oh god.
What is your Kaporan?
If we ever TPK, I want the one through line to our parties be that whenever someone has a bad idea, it's I have a Kaparin. We don't know who Kaparin is, but that's just become a term now.
It's just the slang.
This is the second time I've said it, and I think I'm going to keep it to myself for now.
Oh.
And Kaporan is scared of his own name being used as a term.
So Amric gets up, brushes the dirt off, feels a little bit more warm. And you guys continue on your journey eastward. It's going to be about an hour until sun sets. And you guys are decently still out of range of where Nori would be placing the structures.
By decently, you mean?
3, maybe 4 hours.
And then Windwalk.
3 minutes. Windwalk is stupid fast.
It is. I'm laughing because it's like 3 hours, 3 minutes.
And also lends the effect that you're above everything, so you can see where you're going more easier.
As the crow flies, rather than just using our heats.
So, choice is yours. But it is about an hour until sunset.
Maybe we should. I don't know if this town's gonna be friendly though. Should we rest and then make it for the morning?
And to be fair, you guys are still in pretty much open plains-esque.
Where are the thickets of trees? Have we passed? any?
It's spotted, and when I say a thicket, I'm not thinking like a thicket. I'm talking like 3-4 trees and a couple bushes.
Better than nothing.
True. But you also have like a druid that can shape stone and whatnot, and who knows how that'll get boosted. You're like, shape a 10 foot by 10 foot square. Oh my god, I just made a fucking gymnasium down here.
There's just a permanent rock structure out here. Because if I have to concentrate on it for 10 minutes. Oh gosh.
She just makes a bunker.
I know I was lamenting the fact that I did regenerate. Because I had Temple of the Gods. And I finally have a space big enough to cast it.
Now I do want to cast that because it'd be real funny.
Nori just focuses on it and goes and makes a missile silo in the ground.
Just like fully, like a mostly underground thing. We have to dig it up.
Yep. An entirely underground bunker.
Nori, where did you
Yes.
see this?
Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
We were with you the whole time. When did you have time to see this?
There's a show going on.
You were drunk off your ass.
It's one of the music videos which I was watching.
Betting.
But choices, decisions, make.
For the spell gem, it's one and done, right? I can't remember.
Yeah,
Right.
you do the spell that's in there, and that exhausts the spell,
It's
but you can
empty.
refill it. Yeah.
It's probably the one normally spell we'll get for a while. I'm not sure how the gem will react to a boosted spell.
That sounds kind of great, actually.
More if
Going
I'm
twice
thinking it
as
might
fast
break
for a
it.
Windwalk. Woo!
350 to. So not only it's our basically our slow speed would be our normal plus dash. Kaporan's more than fine with camping it out and then getting the town fresh in the morning. He's not too sure what will be in the town.
Also don't know what will be out here at night.
Yeah.
We'll at least see it coming.
I'll stock Windwalk for tomorrow and we can use this tonight.
At least getting into the town, they'll hopefully be a little bit more prepared for anything that's out here.
Sounds good.
Now remember, because of when you guys had taken your last long rest, you guys aren't able to actually get your long rest until well into the night.
Oh, so we're still like wide
So we could
awake.
walk.
You could still walk, it's just going to be dark.
Yeah, might as well just walk.
Oh yeah, we can just walk. If it's dark, it's dark. That's fine.
Yeah. No, I'm just telling you that it's getting dark, is all.
Yeah, that's fine. I thought
As
it was
in-
like, oh,
Sleep
we're
better
tired.
anyway.
As in, we might get to the thing by the time we're actually able to long rest.
Oh, it's going to be well past that. Like, nighttime's happening at about 6 p.m. You guys can't take your long rest until, like, past midnight.
Walking it is.
You could go half speed and still make it to the town in time. Alright.
Yeah.
So,
Let's just walk.
walking you do. About an hour, the sun goes down.
Just keep an eye out.
Okay.
Just keeping
do
an eye
a
out.
round of perception checks then.
Yeah.
You too, Amric.
From everyone?
Even from the sleepy Amric.
I've been rolling sub 10 all sessions, so that's a nice number to get.
Alright. Everyone's keeping a decent eye out currently. And luckily, you guys aren't in forest or anything, so there's nothing blocking your view of the skies above. Amric and Kaporin. Go ahead and roll history checks for me.
I love when it's not me.
Bryn, go ahead and roll it. No, I'm just kidding.
I think I should still be rolling at
Probably disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah, I probably don't make that history check.
Nope. Then, never mind. Well, that was perception.
No, I know. I should have made the first perception at
Oh, yeah.
Just-
Make the history check regardless.
Okay.
Did the stars look different?
They always look different.
They were never in the
I
same
mean,
place.
like,
Those are changing. Those change.
Yeah, those depend on
yeah.
the ones.
12.
Okay, at least someone made it over 10. Yeah, Kaporin, what's up? You wanna fight? Alright, Kaporin's dead. Don't tempt God!
Yeah.
he has a heart
And
attack
now we
and
can
dies.
leave.
Just has a brain aneurysm. There's just no good reason.
The loot is now attuned to everyone that's here.
Son of a bitch.
Oh
No.
God.
But
Ah!
Amric, you all notice the stars in the sky and how everything is, and though they change drastically, no one's really been taught too much about the stars, so no one can interpret them to understand what's going on. Amric, you do notice though that as you guys are walking and you're briefly glancing up just to get a break from the monotony of dark stuff in front of you, though you guys do have your little light trinkets that were given to you by the friendly druid. You're looking up at the stars and something seems off and different, and it takes you a moment. You're just like, what? You really try to focus, and something in the back of your head is rattling around in there. Maybe not an explanation, but something you heard way back when you were a kid, and you're like, what is it? What is it? What am I missing? What am I missing? And then it hits you, and you go, oh. Interesting. I will message you what it is. And if you deem, if you deem it worthy to bring about, then you can do so.
I mean, I rolled a 21 on perception. Is that not good enough?
Got a 33.
But
I didn't get
everyone
a
else's
piece of
perception
feedback.
was just
Fine.
keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
These two would have been the only ones that might have been taught this stuff.
Interesting. Where I would have heard this information.
Your mama. Literally.
Yo,
not,
mama.
Not literally, bitch.
I know.
Man, this lightning storm came out of nowhere.
Huh.
Huh,
think we
call
need one
lightning
of the
all of a
gods.
sudden.
Yeah, well, everyone make deck saves, I guess.
I think I needed to heal anyway.
Dragon out of nowhere, and then Kaporin's gone. What the hell?
The dragon comes up to your party. Which one's the bard? Everyone points to Kaporin. Grabs
He's
him,
not a
takes him
bard.
away.
The only one who doesn't point is Bella and Nori. It's like, he's not a bard anymore.
He's a bard at heart.
I'm a
But he still
warlock.
pretends to be.
It's just someone who has good taste.
All right. So you guys continue walking, and you guys are walking in the dark. Those that have the little light trinkets from Nori, it's up to you whether you guys really want to use them. You guys are in pretty much open fields right now, so a little bobbing light would be probably a little bit noticeable from a far distance. So I need to know if you guys would be using that, Bryn.
Only Amric has one.
As one what?
Little light thing.
Oh.
Little light of mine.
So in that case, Amber probably wouldn't have it out. Does it only?
Natural night vision.
No, he doesn't. Hence why he
Amric
has
and
the light.
Bryn.
No, we, as in
Yeah,
me
yeah.
and Nori.
Yes. It's a bright enough night out that it wouldn't be too much of a benefit.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
What's the moon situation?
Tonight it is actually no moons.
Were there no moons prior?
You guys. Yeah, there were moons prior.
Like, were they crescent moons or?
It doesn't work the same as you think. It is completely up to the gods whether or not they want to show a moon.
No light for you.
Show a moon in what phase? In
If they want to moon you, they will.
they can literally have the same moon but shrink the size of it. So I mean, it is like there are people specifically dedicated to reading the stars and the moons to understand the emotions of the gods.
Stars, druids.
Circle of stars.
That's-
So wish that book was out when I made Nori. That would have been so fun.
I definitely took like a lot more of their shit and gave them more lore than they actually had for this world. For a bunch of subclasses and such.
Are we just trekking along in the dark?
Yeah, I just wanted to get the answer if whether or not the light was out.
Oh, yeah.
But if it's just Amric that's going to be using it, then yeah, it's not a problem. So, you guys trek along. An hour of trekking. Another hour of trekking. You guys can start to see semi-silhouetted against the stars in the night sky. Outlines of buildings. Whatever town or whatever you're coming up to isn't very tall. You're thinking probably third story max on a couple buildings, and everything else is lower than that. But it does seem to have a solid wall that extends around the entirety, at least of this side that you guys are approaching. We're talking like brick and mortar wall.
Are there still lights on besides on the wall?
The wall is too tall to see lights on the other side. And from your guys' approach, the gates are closed.
Are there signs of life around here, or does this feel abandoned?
I mean, there's no one walking the path, but it's also, you guys are in nighttime now, so it would make sense that no one's randomly patrolling or going out this far. You guys are still an hour
Or like
away.
recent?
I would say make a survival check, Nori.
What about on the parapets?
21.
You guys are an hour out still. You can't see parapet movement right now. There are grooves in the dirt. So, you're not sure what the weather situation is like here. So you're not sure if it's a super rainy sort of tropical situation. Because if it was, then that means these tracks have to be decently fresh to still be, in here. You guys haven't spent too much time on the island, so you don't know what weather cycle you're currently in. Like, there's a lot of unknowns going on, so you have to, like, take everything with a grain of salt in what you know. If this was Ixia, and you saw these tracks, you could go, all right, these are at max 2 weeks old.
But there's no light coming from it.
But you can't see any light because the walls are massive. We're talking like 25-foot walls.
Damn.
This is definitely like a fortress-style city that you guys are coming up to.
And the fact that they have a fortress is worrying.
Well, it's just the fortress-style wall. There is no like giant castle in the middle of this that you guys have seen.
No, that's what I meant. Fortress is worrying because that means they have to have stuff they're fortifying against.
Well, then I'm
You
glad
guys-
we're coming towards it
You also
instead
just
of out there at night.
came from an island that had rocks,
I was going to say, have you seen the birds around here?
underground giants, and toads the size of school buses. And you were told that all the islands are going to be sort of like that, as far as the danger level goes of creatures. So, 25-foot walls don't seem as big when you compare them to some of the creatures that you guys have already dealt with, let alone what might be on this island. And if you really think about it, if those were technically supposed to be otters on the beach, them some big-ass otters.
Are we going straight up to the wall? Or... There's not like a main path here, right? It's just
You
we
guys are on
see
a
it
road.
in the distance. Oh, we're on a road. Okay.
Yeah, heading towards what you assume is a gate from how the wall kind of comes up and together.
Okay.
Over a point.
Right up to the front door.
If you want.
I don't think they'd take kindly to us trying to climb the wall.
Don't need to climb. Just want to know. Okay.
All right. Continue on, you do. Tracking it, it looks like you guys would be arriving just after magic turns on. So about a couple minutes. There's during the whole Amric getting flattened on the ground and Kaporin taking it to the lip. That took a couple minutes out of our 20-20-20 that we were doing. So you guys would be arriving with about 17 minutes to spare of a magic on situation. But you guys, the last few hundred feet or so, you're walking towards the gates. Massive stone walls. Doesn't look like much, if any, damage on the outside. Looks to be well maintained, well fortified wall. No movement on the parapets, but you're also realizing that it doesn't really have parapets. It has what's more like archer windows, archer slits all down it. So instead of probably walking the tops of this thing, they probably walk just below. Or the parapets are like built sort of down and in, probably to help stave off creatures from the air coming down and just picking people up. But the gates are large, wooden, with some sort of metal banding in an interesting, like, it aesthetically looks nice, but it probably also serves purpose, as you've seen iron banded doors before, but this one has like an interesting sort of multi-cross and banding design that looks nice, but also serves a purpose of reinforcement. But the doors are closed. At least that's what it looks like as you guys approach. And then as you get closer, closer, Nori's stupid perception, she realizes that the doors are not closed. Don't worry, your next character. You're...
I know I'm perma-banned from taking any expertise in perception. I
No,
promise I
it's-
won't do it again.
It's not that. It's just your character will have a limp. All right. But
You all think Polly and Bryn are slow. Ha ha ha.
the doors aren't actually completely closed. One door is completely closed, but one door is slightly ajar. Probably to allow foot traffic through.
Careful. That second door looks like a mimic. It's a door, but it's slightly ajar.
So I'd say you make that realization about 100 feet away.
It'd be weirder if we stopped.
Do we see any movement behind the archer slits at all?
It's way too dark to see anything.
Is there light coming from the doorway?
From where you guys are coming, the door is barely ajar, and unless someone was holding a lantern right on the other side of the door, you wouldn't see light coming through. You know, it's not street lamps. You know, they're not. It wouldn't be bursting light through. It'd just be lanterns, and those only shine 30, 60 feet.
I was just hoping that they would be smart enough to have lights over the door. Like,
Not
they could see
unless
what's
they're
coming
trying
in
to be
coming
hidden.
up. Huh?
Not unless they're trying to be darker.
Okay.
There's no placements for where lanterns may go, so it seems more like by design rather than forgot or don't give a shit.
Keep on going.
It would be weirder if we stopped.
Okay.
Okay. Let me boop, 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 boop. Go ahead and get walking order.
I in front.
Ellie and I are slow.
Are we doing it towards
Where
the
are
sky?
we doing it from?
Towards the sky is where we're going.
No, we'll do it left to right, minus a rickshaw. So put yourself over the person in the order you would be.
I'll be Nori.
We wouldn't be in a friggin' line though.
The door's only open large enough for a single
Oh, when
person
we
to
go
enter at a time.
through. Gotcha. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, it'd probably be a Kaporn first, then Nori.
Because Kaporn first has never failed you guys.
Nope.
Exactly.
Literally just came from a dungeon where he ran into a beholder.
We've learned nothing.
Oh, Chrissy Missy. Hi, Chrissy.
So, put you there. Put you there. Alright. Nora, you're tall for once. Alright. So.
I feel
Kaporn,
oddly short.
deal with it. Kaporn. You guys start to merge into a single file line because the door's only open for so long, and you go through the doorway. It's actually a bit tighter than you were even expecting it to be, so you kind of have to do a side shimmy because these doors are fucking heavy. And noodle arm up at the front, there is no moving these things. Kaporn like tries for a second and just goes nope, and just squeezes his way through.
Hello?
You go, hello, and then kind of push yourself through, taking a couple steps, and you kick something on the floor almost immediately, and you hear a.
Look down.
You look down, and you just kicked the jaw off of a skeleton that's just laying there with an arm outstretched towards the gate.
Sorry, Mr. Skeleton. Mr. Skeleton.
Yeah, no, come back out.
You look up and you see death everywhere. Around the skeleton that's in front of you, you see a marking of where whatever it had on it and whatever skin and bone or skin and muscle that was attached to it probably had melted away and into the ground over time. Up you see skeletons, some holding one another in their last moments. You see a skeleton that is arms outstretched, holding this tiny skeleton. You see one skeleton that actually has looks like a sword and shield next to it. There is another skeleton that, now that you're inside, on the back of the door that's closed, that has a sword through its stomach, piercing it up against the inside of the wall, or inside of the door. All throughout this main thoroughfare in front of you is just different scenes of people's last moments.
The moment Caparn says skeleton, Nori, like, no expression, turns around and walks away from the door. Just like, nope, nope, nope.
Is it from the ones directly in front of me? Does it look like physical? Like they could have been physically wounded?
You're not proficient in medicine. It is just bones. The only trauma to the bones that you've seen so far is the jaw you just kicked off.
Sorry, Mr. Skeleton. And he's gonna kind of step back.
Blow that whistle I have.
Oh, I forgot you had that whistle. That's so neat.
You look, as well as what you see in front of you, not only the scenes of death and everything everywhere, but the buildings that line the sides of the street. All the buildings seem to be kind of like adobe buildings as far as construction goes. But the window coverings, the curtains, and even some of the doors have all decayed, rotted, ripped, and are in long states of disrepair and disregard.
This place looks like it hasn't been occupied in quite some time. Escaporn's just kind of back against the open door.
Are the rest of us in by now?
Well, Caporn went in. Nori turned around and walked away. So it's up to everyone else whether or not they decided to. I mean, Polly is about to be a happy little kid here in a second.
Heck yeah, I'm going in.
Escaporn did not pass.
Fuck yeah, more heads!
Amric is really tempted to put his hand on the door, look at Bray, and be like,
Yeah, Caporn's back is just against the open door, and he's just like, death, skeletons, and disregard for anything that's here. As he kind of like, he's trying to make his way back out the door.
Unfortunately, you have a Polly blocking you now as he's trying to muscle his way in.
Get out of the way.
Porn scoots off to the.
And I'll walk in a little bit, and not the first skeleton, but like the third or fourth, and try to figure out how they died, how long ago it was.
Amric will go in.
Okay, go ahead and give me a medicine check. Amric follows in. Now it's just Nori going. And
Bryn's
Bryn being
staying
like,
out with the
That was
noodle
rolling
arms.
so well.
Unfortunately, without anything else to go on, there is no physical trauma to the bones, so it is hard to figure out what. And this is not only just looking at the one body in front of you, but a couple next to each other. Obviously, you can probably pinpoint that the guy who's speared up against the wall, or the door, probably died from that. But as far as these other people who don't have any obvious things next to them that might be indications of how they die, their bones weren't damaged in a way to make it obvious either.
Are they
Can
pretty
I-
solid?
Can I
The bones?
investigate?
Yeah, the bones are solid.
Can I investigate the weapons and shield that are left here if they haven't decayed to see if they're magical?
They're not magical. They are in far sections of rust, rot, and decay.
Can I grab a skull?
You can definitely grab a skull.
Excellent.
These skeletons, all the skeletons, are they still in what we assume clothing? Like
No,
they're just like
I
the
told you,
clothing.
everything is rotted
Just,
and
okay,
gone away.
everything rotted away.
It is
Okay.
literally just bones.
Wow, that's pretty. They've been here at least for a long time, if that's the case.
The only things that have survived is the buildings themselves and metal objects.
On the buildings, are there any signs that indicate what language they may have spoken?
No, that would have all been on wood, and that's all decayed and rotted and destroyed.
Do we want to go in here further?
I mean, they've been dead a long time.
That's the worrisome part. The ruins were just. Someone recently were in the ruins. But why is this settlement dead?
Ridge just sat there being emotional support for Nori.
Emotional support bear. So the guys are inside this fort and the girls are outside the front door. Got it.
And even the girls can tell from the noises that are happening inside that Polly is adding to his belt.
Ollie,
Yeah,
don't you
I'm
think
gonna grab like a skull from like one of the people on the ground that look like they died on the ground, and another one from someone who was pinned up against the wall, or looked like they've been killed.
12 skulls, Polly? Isn't that much?
Do you want to find out what
12?
happened here or not?
I'm just playing.
Okay then. I mean, unless you want to stay in this death trap,
No,
I
I'm
suggest
good.
we sleep outside the walls.
Porn shimmies back out the door. Or I guess Amric and them would have opened the door, right?
Amric would have shimmied too.
Okay. Shimmy, 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 out the door.
And after I get outside the walls, I will find a comfy spot with my back up to the wall, settle down, and wait for the next surge.
You guys are currently in one.
Perfect. How long is it?
You got about 6 minutes left of it.
So I will sit down for 26 minutes and wait for the next one, and then ritual cast commune.
Commune? Okay.
At some point, while we're all kind of just sitting here, Amric will ask, "Hey, do any of you know anything about the lunar gods?"
Not that I can
They're
remember off the top
two-faced?
of my head.
You know, they're like light and dark side, two-face. You know. Anyway.
So, Amric shuts up.
Why do you ask?
Just something I was thinking about. This guy looks a little weird, but
Nothing I can remember. Maybe some story from long ago, but I doubt that. Unless I get prompted a history check, I'm assuming I barely remember anything.
Yeah, no, you failed your earlier history check.
You said winter, as in the season.
Huh?
What kind of gods? I like
Oh, lunar.
lunar. I
L-U-N-A-R.
heard winter, and I was like, the fuck.
The North shall fall.
That's what I was like. I feel like I didn't hear that right.
No, not
Obviously,
much.
Amric, you would know one of the gods, Umbros.
Oh my god.
If no one else really knows anything about it, I'll keep quiet about it for now. So that'll be the end of the conversation.
Cool. All right. Fine then, keep your secrets. 26 minutes. Magic comes back on.
10 minutes later.
10 minutes later, and commune finishes. You open up your eyes and find yourself sitting in a dark corner of a musty room. Doesn't quite smell what you were expecting. Where you're expecting maybe the smell of spilt ale, the bite of hard liquor in the air. Hell, even the weirdly normal smell of someone's puke. You don't catch any of this. Instead, you get something that isn't necessarily a negative, at least to you. But the smell of smoking tobacco and leather. You find yourself in the dark corner of like a cigar lounge-esque type of room. Multiple high-back chairs all facing away from you. In different plumes of smoke. Every now and then turning into a puff as someone exhales. But you're in the back in the corner. All the chairs are facing away from you. All far enough away from each other. There's 6 chairs altogether. All far away enough from one another that if you wanted... You get the feeling that if you wanted to go up and check them, you would have to choose one at a time. And with your spell, you get the feeling that probably are only going to be able to see one.
Okay. Well, in my mind, I will pull out my pipe, my runic dwarven pipe, and light it up, and kind of study the chairs. Are they any different? Are they all the same?
Make a perception check. The chairs themselves seem to be the same, and you're trying to look at the 2 closest ones for any difference in them. And it takes you a moment, but you do end up seeing a slight difference, and that is the adornments to the wood of the high back portions of the chairs, the 2 tips of the back of the chair. Each chairs have different adornments. You have one that looks like the head of an eagle. One that looks like a hammer. One that looks like a sphere. One that looks like a flask. One that looks like a dagger. And that one is one that looks like a hook.
Okay. I will study it for just a second more, and then I will stand up and walk over to the chair that has the flask on it.
The flask. Okay. You go up and walk towards the flask chair. And as you do so, it's almost as if the other chairs are always showing you their back. Like they rotate without making noises of rotating, but they seem to fold and bend around, always showing you their back until you get to the chair with the flask adornment, and you walk directly past it to go in front of it. And as you do so, a chair appears in front of you, an empty chair for you to sit. And as you go to the chair and you take a seat and you look across from you, you see this interesting looking amalgamation of what you know as a hobgoblin and an orc. Basically, if you were to crossbreed them and take the best yet worst portions of both of them, a creature bred for fighting. Sitting there with a leg over one knee, smoking from this long pipe that comes down, and it's actually an upside down skull. And takes a long drag. And as soon as he does so, you hear the name Karam in your head.
Can you spell that?
Carum.
Have I heard this name before?
Make a history check. Karam is the god of chemicals and potion making. One of the alchemy gods.
Not what I was expecting. Well, you weren't who I was expecting, but I guess no offense, you'll have to do.
A smile, sort of a smirk, cuts across the right side of his face as he takes another drag.
I mean, I had more questions than one, but my main question is, would it be safe if we stayed in this town for the night?
Finishes his long drag and sort of breathes it out, and the smoke, instead of blowing it towards you, just sort of cascades down and around him.
There's my answer.
Safety is relative.
I mean, is there something still in there that could harm us?
Another long drag, a breath out. Technically, yes. But that's true of pretty much anywhere.
And again, no offense. I really appreciate your help and your time, but Just curious, is Brulison preoccupied right now?
Another long drag and a breath out. He has a lot on his plate right now.
I figured as much. Well, I actually appreciate that he sent someone so knowledgeable and so helpful. Then I will take another drag of my pipe, and I will get up, and I will bow, and then I will walk to behind his chair to where I was before, and sit down where I started.
As you make the walk past, make an insight check. You would get the feeling that before you passed him, you do have 2 more questions. You don't have to use them, but they are there.
No, I know, and he would stop, like, at the shoulder before he would feel it, and he would stop before he walked by, and place his hand on because I'm assuming these are like high back chairs.
Yeah.
And put his hand on the chair and look down at the guy, and not like stare or anything.
Even then,
but,
he's much taller.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh gosh, I was only planning on 3 questions. Shit.
Boosted magic.
This weird magic surge thing. A friend of mine has something hovering over him. I know you know what it is. And I know that we can't do anything immediately. But is there something we can do to slow his decay down?
Our best course of action is already implemented.
How much longer in this place do we have until we're in danger?
Again, danger, time of it, it's all relative. It could be years away. Or you can do certain things and have it be here in the next hour. Or you might already be in it. And with that, there'll be a large puff of smoke, sort of, that'll, even with a fortitude and constitution of it, it forcibly makes you close your eyes and look away. And as it does so, you feel the chair sort of disappear, and then as you open your eyes, you find yourself sitting there once again. Back with your group. And man, does he have like Cheech and Chong eyes right now.
Ollie, are you okay?
Probably you feel like you just like downed 2 pipes of worth of tobacco.
Oh, thank God, I needed it really bad too.
Yeah, you're definitely a little bit more leveled out.
I'm fine. I would say that we can stay here if we want to, as long as we don't touch anything, we don't fuck with anything, and we don't move anything. If you guys want someplace to stay, what?
I was gonna say everyone looking at Polly holding a skull. 2 skulls.
Hey, I just picked him up and took him out. What I mean is, like, don't do any major damage or shuffle things around or try to make yourself at home. It's a temporary fix. Otherwise, we can stay out here. But it's not safe either way.
Almost want to quote, well, safety is a relative term.
You're temporarily possessed by, what was his name? Karam?
Let's. Or all of a sudden, I have the pipe, and he's just like, it's a relative term. If you
As I punch Kapard in the shin.
Good point. I mean, if we want, definitely wouldn't mind going away from the bones. If we can find a nice place without bones scattered around.
Hey, Emmerich,
Yeah.
do you have... Because I don't, and I wish I really did. I really wish I did. Do you have any abilities as far as, like, sensing undead? Or anything like that? I mean, you being you.
Hold on. I have a thing. I just have to double check it.
Maybe just like
Hey,
calling
brother,
out for his
I
cousins.
feel you. Hey, cuz, I see you down there.
I can detect good and evil, celestial fiends and undead, but only within 60 feet.
Who knows? Maybe it's boosted.
I think features were not boosted.
Wow.
120 feet.
Wild shape ends up spreading. I don't know.
I mean, I already know Caporan's here, so it's not really that useful.
I know, just the good in me. You want to rest here then?
I mean, with our back against the wall, yeah.
Or we
I'm having
sleep
this
up?
very Wheel of Time, Cursed City vibe right now, and it's driving me nuts. There's a fog that goes through the city, and it just eats everything alive. But don't take anything from the city, otherwise you'll get cursed. Even if I already have 2 skulls.
You didn't take something, you took someone. Big difference.
True that.
Curse the
And I
Black
plan
Pearl.
to have a conversation with them tomorrow.
What did you say, Val?
Curse of the Black Pearl.
Well, good. I can't die. Even better.
Nice.
You think I'd
Just
make it
live
that
in pain.
beneficial?
You can't die except from the sun. So we sleep outside of the walls?
Nori and Bryn are quiet right now because they're having a conversation.
It's that wife conversation that just looking at each other like
I don't think they're getting along well enough to have that kind of conversation right now.
It's more of a sad conversation than anything else. Yeah, but whenever they come back, they'll be like, we can sleep out Nor would have very much like the red puffy eyes again. Just we can sleep out here. It's fine. Just away from the door a bit, I guess. Watches.
Sure, yeah. I was just saying up against the wall so there's something against our back that's solid.
The fortress disappears at night. At midnight, it's gone.
I was saying it's already. Isn't it already past midnight?
No,
Okay.
it's like max 7 p.m.
Howl's moving castle, it grows legs and starts walking away.
It walks over you guys too.
Just gets surrounded by mist and appears somewhere different tomorrow night.
I've learned my lesson with disappearing islands and things with you guys.
We will continue to chase after it until it.
What? We don't get the hint?
And then when we finally get it, we'll just reset the timeline and pretend like it never happened.
If I make this city disappear, you guys are gonna be like, that sucks, and then just not try and find it again. Even if I put a critical piece of story arc in it, you guys are just like, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
What are you trying to say? There's a critical piece of story arc in here?
No, in the island there is. Which those repercussions are already being felt in the world.
Yeah, I feel
We're
that.
in the dark timeline now, y'all.
You act like there was a good timeline.
Darker
There's
timeline.
one. It's just one where we all died before this adventure started.
Yeah, that's the good one.
I'll take first watch then if we want to camp out here.
Mary will nod and just go sit next to Bryn.
Is there anything out here that looks comfortable?
It is just ground, a little bit of grass, and solid walls.
Is it cold?
No, it's still pretty warm for the night.
Good.
It is
Because I lost
tropical
all my
weather.
bedding.
Yeah, it is tropical weather.
Okay.
You would have had if you had a bedroll, you still would have your bedroll.
It was in my backpack.
Bedroll would not fit in your backpack. Bedroll's
Okay.
going
Cool, I
be
will
attached
delete
to your
that too as
backpack.
well.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys exit your bedrolls off, you can put those back. Those don't go in your backpacks. They go on to the side, on top, or on bottom.
Always would have fit in a bag. It's awesome. Sleeping bag. Kidding.
Rachaz is the only one that would have disappeared because his disappeared a long time ago. He makes things his sleeping area.
I feel
It's
You're
wherever.
right. Lieber's not here. We still have bedrolls.
Mm-hmm. They haven't caught on fire.
why.
So-
What did you do with your bedrolls?
She kept burning them up.
Yeah, she was responsible for at least 4 or 5 bedrolls being destroyed.
4 or 5?
Yes.
Those poor
That's an
bedrolls.
impressive amount of bedrolls, honestly.
Yeah, half the time we were still sleeping in them.
True.
How did she manage that? Just set you all on fire?
Yep.
She scared Vinny.
That too.
And pissed off Larry's whatever. Anyway. Story for another bedtime. Yeah, I'll take second watch whenever Core Parent's done.
Okie dokie. I would say you guys all sort of dilly-dally for a few hours, so that way, people aren't sleeping for 12 hours. You guys get to 11, closer to 11 o'clock at night, and then decide to go to sleep. And then split up your guys' watches appropriately. This is a pretty much a desolate area of this island, so there's no need to roll for perceptions or anything like that. But if there's something that you
Can I
would
do
like,
something on my watch?
if you would like to do something on your watch, go in order. Kaporan's first. Anything you want to do on your watch?
You just continue to play with the sword, with his sword, and with the different options.
His magical sword from his deity, or his patron, just for chat.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
That took me. That was nowhere near my mind. Where were you?
I'm here, but I also have to be the 13-year-old that might be in chat brain as well. So I need to clarify some things.
I'm dying over here.
So
Don't do that. You already did that yesterday.
Oh yeah, I did that a couple times already. Yes, my warlock packed item sword.
Mhm.
Yes. And trying to keep it corporeal. And he'll try all the possible ways that he can within the hour that he's watching.
okay, it's 2 hours.
2 hours that
When
he's
you
watching.
guys split it like this, it has to be 2 hours. Okay. All right, Polly, your watch.
Okay, he's gonna watch Caparan go to sleep finally. Watch him mumble, blah blah blah, all that stuff, and wait about an hour, and then he's gonna kind of look around the camp and make sure that everyone's asleep, or as asleep as they usually can be. Especially look over at Amric for a minute. And then he's gonna regret this a lot. But he is going to channel divinity and turn undead.
All right, I'm guessing you're waiting towards a magically boosted section of the timeline.
Of course, I told you I had a Caparan.
Okay. Let me pull up some character sheets. Hold on.
Why can't I be a Bryn?
Excuse
Or a
you.
Nor?
If it was a Bryn, y'all wouldn't be saying I'm the fucking leader all the goddamn time.
Could have been a Nori then.
It's about to be a
I was
Polly.
pulling a Bryn, he'd be at least trying to do something beneficial to the whole group.
A Coparin is like a cool idea that you're
I'll
well
go-
aware is could absolutely screw everyone over royally.
I'll go start writing my backup character now.
It doesn't destroy you. You're way above CR2.
Plus the magic boost makes it like CR20 or something ridiculous.
Don't worry, I'm reading things.
That's not
I'm very
comforting.
dead.
That's so great.
Because I had gone through everyone's character sheets and did, okay, if this thing got boosted, what would it do? Just trying to find what Polly's would do and then how it would interfere with Amric's situation. So give me
Yeah,
just-
like Polly's might kill Amric, while mine's just turn someone into a badger or a seagull. Honestly, an entertaining situation.
I'm wondering what might throw through hell. Throw through hell. Everyone hurl through.
They get hell spiders. We already figured this one out.
You have already circled of death us. You do not need to hurl us through hell, too.
Well, I've already used it for the night, so I can't use it again.
Please do not eat us through hell. I do not need to go to hell. I do not want to go to hell.
9 hells. Technically, everyone has their own hell.
I'm good.
I'm going to hell. Don't worry, I'll tell you guys what it's like.
Amric, I need you to roll. It's just going to be easier if you roll 8 d20s, and then we add your wisdom save modifier.
Well, just +1. Is it 8?
Yes.
Those are mostly above 10.
Yeah, but Polly's DC is normally 18.
So three
It's
of them,
19.
or 2 of them.
Oh, it says 18 in your channel divinity section, so that's why.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's not my spell DC, it's 18. Yeah, never mind, sorry. I
Okay.
have that amulet that ups my spell DC.
Okay. So, this is what happens. Polly, as you finish the turn undead, there's this, like, almost concussive force that extends out from you. Not only 30 feet, but 60 feet. It's not a heavy one. There's not, like, dust and dirt that flies around, but there is a... If you're awake, it's definitely would be like a 3.0 earthquake feel. Just that slight little shake that happens. Just enough to register it on everyone and be like, whoa, did we just... That type of thing. But everyone being asleep wouldn't be that much of a problem, nor you wake up. You're passive, plus you're paranoid.
Nora, who's just like curled up next to Bryn, sits up.
Yeah. Like a dog in the middle of the night, just...
But does she like wake up and like start hitting Bryn?
No.
No, it was just slight enough to wake her up, but not enough for her to wake up and be like, I woke up because of something.
Yeah,
She just woke up. Amric. You were in that place again. Not really a dream state, not really anything state, just sort of standing in the empty, open space with your feet in just a few inches of water, it seems, and just standing there like most nights are. And then you hear basically what amounts to dozens of gigantic church bells all going off at once. And this violently racks you awake. And as you stand up, or not stand up, but as you sit up, almost like vampires in the old movies out of their coffin, just that, straight 90-degree sit-up. Nori and Polly, you guys witness the manifestation of all these heads as they extend out and then dive down onto Amric's body and start ripping chunks. 2 of them are still hovering up and over, not consuming themselves in the feasting, but 6 of them failed their wisdom saves and are now taking it out of Amric. Amric, you start screaming. This wakes the rest of everybody up. Amric is screaming as now what was just sort of this spiritual rendition of the spirits feasting on Amric. Now you're seeing the physical ramifications of it. And Bryn, wisdom save as you wake up, because now you physically see what you saw the spirits had in their mouth the last time. Those chunks of bleeding flesh. Fail. Give me another wisdom save. Amric, go ahead, since it's your own little spirits that are feasting on you right now. It's 6 of them, so that is going to be 12d10.
Ah!
Oh, fuck.
Can I attack them?
You can certainly try.
I would love to try.
Go for it.
See if I... Okay, I'm gonna Stone's Endurance that.
Go ahead and
If I
roll me a
can.
d6, Polly.
Or just like grabbed onto Bryn.
Oh, Bryn, what was your next?
Well, I got the ones out.
You're gonna fucking smack me, aren't you?
Okay, one thing at a time. Bryn, you wake up to this screaming, you look over it, and it looks like those spirit things are just, and they are, just ripping Amric to pieces, and you're hearing a scream from Amric that you guys haven't heard since the acid bath he took. And they're straight up ripping chunks and just tossing. And so you guys, those that are directly near him, which would be Nori and Bryn, you guys are now covered in Amric blood. As these heads are just ripping chunks and throwing it in chunks. And you guys are starting to see bone inside Amric's chest and back as they just keep going at him. Polly stands up and runs over and goes, and as he does so, one of the heads that was taking a bite sort of just leans out of the way, and as it does, it takes Amric just right in the back of the head. Go ahead and roll damage for me, Polly.
Can I heal Amric?
This is all happening at once, so let me finish this stuff first, and then we'll have an interaction. So just the bludgeoning.
7 plus the 4 divine strike.
Okay, that 4 turns to an 8, turns to a 16. 4 to 8 for the magic boost, 8 to 16 for the susceptibility to divine damage. So that is 23 points of damage as the Warhammer cracks the back of your head, which sends you, like, you know, as everything was happening, you're trying to do this, and then you get clocked in the back of the head, which sends another face plant into the ground. And now, like ravenous sharks on a carcass of a whale or dolphin that they just grabbed, you're just seeing these chunks of heads just ripping at the back of Amric, shoving and throwing as much meat as they can across the entire specter of 10 to 15 feet.
I cast heal.
Okay.
70 hit points.
All right. You cast heal out to Amric. Whew. Nothing. Amric has crossed the threshold. He is now, as the heads stop biting into him, pulling the last bits of meat away. Amric. The last breath, Amric breathes. But he pushes himself up. As the pain is subsiding, sits up. His entire back skeletal structure is exposed. Chunks of his front chest and everything either lolling off of him, hung on by strands. Amric turns his head to you guys, and you guys see just all the color is gone. Amric, you are now completely undead. I'll tell you, I'll send you some info later on what that specifically does to some of your abilities and to how healing's going to go from now on and things like that. Obviously, I'm going to tell you, some of it needs to be discovered, but you are now in the category of undead. Yeah.
Wow. And it all just happens in like 6 seconds.
2 rounds. That's all it needs.
2 rounds?
They were able to do more than half of his HP and damage in 1 turn. Just like your Circle of Death did a fair amount of damage and pushed him 10%. Bella was shrinking that percentage back. She got it back down to 85. But if they can do more than half his health in necrotic damage in 1 go, that's 20% increase. Amric, you sort of sitting there, the pain's gone. But you're just looking down at the mangled flesh that you can see, and you can feel your back is open. There's an awkward breeze going on. But You don't feel that residual heartbeat. You have no need of air. You've been resistant.
Wait. What's the turn undead thing? What does his sword do to that? Because it's supposed to give him like immunity from turn undead.
None of things are boosted.
Okay.
It basically took turn undead and cranked it up to 13.
Decimate dead.
No, more like turn undead.
Ooh.
Polly would just stand over Amric stunned. Just, like, tears just pouring out of his eyes, and he will drop his hammer and whisper, "I'm so sorry," and then just bolt into the town.
And Polly disappears behind the door.
Or he's just like grabbed onto Bryn and hasn't moved.
Yeah, you two are still covered in blood.
I'm a little worried about what Bryn saw. Because I failed, I'm assuming, that
Oh yeah.
save.
I mean, you saw that your vision come to
Just
life.
curious if there's anything else.
Oh no, you didn't see anything else, but you're definitely gonna get some points.
I guess Amric is gonna try and push himself up using his sword.
Your strength's still there.
Yeah, but he's also. I assume my center of gravity is who knows where.
It's in your forward gut right now.
It's still around your waist. You don't do a lot of leg day.
Do you want me to
And
get
Amric
that
is
back?
gonna rush off after Polly.
The worst chase scene.
Terrifying picture.
imaginable.
Does
As he's of the pieces that were barely hanging on stop hanging on.
I mean, like
Good point.
before he like leaves, we're able to see what's like emotions going on in his face right now. Because I mean, there's a lot going on, obviously, but like, is he go? I basically want to get like, is he going to go kill Polly, or just talk
I mean,
about
I
it?
don't think Amric knows what happened. Like, he knows he's dead now, but he doesn't know what caused it.
Make an
Or
insight
just
check,
kinda-
Bryn. It's your battle buddy.
Porn has like a piece of flesh in front of him. He's like,
Now he's no longer your BFF, but your BUFF, best undead fighter friend. So he's buff.
He's your buff.
It makes even more sense now.
It's all been leading up to this. Now we just gotta find a why, so he's your Buffy.
the Vampire Slayer?
Hey, he is undead. You're not sure, but it also looks like he's unsure. So, do with that as you will.
Bella, are you here?
She is not.
Okay.
Ooh. 19, Bryn.
Okay.
That was almost a max roll, I'm sorry.
Warren's
I
gonna
mean,
just.
but we all saw it too.
Yeah.
It's trauma for my therapist
It's
when we
different
find
types
one.
of trauma.
Or just frozen, just.
Warren's gonna gather up the pieces and pile
Don't worry,
them.
You're getting a very unintentional full body hug from Amric right now. He is with you.
Body pieces.
Here, everyone can have a little bit of Amric now.
Lauren, stay here with Nori, and she's gonna go after Amric.
Totally thought Bruin was about to say, stay here with what's left of Amric.
Don't touch the hammer.
I'll go get the rest of him.
As soon as Bryn leaves, Nori just kind of takes a little bit, snaps out of it, and then we'll follow her.
Okay. Gaboran is now left alone with the Amric remnants and the bronze dragon hammer.
Guys.
I
Okay.
trust that he will not make a comparing choice.
With no explanation as to what happened, Amric just all of a sudden became completely undead. And people
And then
ran
bolted
off.
after Polly, so it's like,
In,
like
in
we're
the
gonna just
moment,
stand
probably
there
the
and
only
just like,
person
oh,
who
everything's
heard I'm
fine.
sorry from Polly was Nori because of her stupid passive perception, and Amric because he was right there. Everyone
Bryn's
else
pure
just knows
confusion.
this shit happened, and Polly ran away. Polly could have ran away for multiple reasons.
Yeah, so Nori's like, oh, this is Polly did something, and it went real south.
Yeah, Polly could be chasing whatever he thought might have been doing this. No one knows except Nori, and Nori was one of the people who followed without an explanation. So Gaboran is literally just like scooping up
Like
Amric.
Bryn's thought was
Clueless
like
as usual.
Nori was ready to was breaking down earlier. Like, stay here, and she didn't do what she thought she was gonna do.
Since you guys have gotten to these islands, Nori has not done what she has been told
This
or
is
said
fair.
she was going to do. So
This is fair.
I have information.
Then come this way, follow us.
He
You
was-
got legs, use them.
He was told to stay with the hammer and the body parts.
I said to stay with Nori. To be fair,
She said, "Stay
I
with
said
Nori.
stay with
don't
Nori,
touch
and then
the
don't
hand."
touch the hammer. But Nori left, so everything's backwards apparently.
yeah,
We're gonna
So
do the one
apparently
thing
I
that
meant touch the hammer.
words are like, I guess I'm breaking all the rules all of a sudden, and he's dragging the. Actually, the hammer's probably too
I was
heavy
going
for
to
me
say
to move.
you give me an athletics check, Mister.
How heavy is the hammer, Polly?
It's not really that heavy.
The hammer requires a 16 strength just to wield it.
And
So
to drag
double
it?
comparing strength.
Not,
And the fact that Caparin probably in his cloak has the Amric pieces.
You also have to be a fighter, paladin, or cleric.
I am of the unholy type, so I don't think I should touch it. Period. Porn's gonna put like branches up against it. It's like
Of what tree?
he throws his cloak over it, or he throws one of his clothes over it, and he's just like, "Stay
Okay.
here." Sleeping bag here. Porn just slides the sleeping bag over it like a sleeve.
like
And-
knocks it over and like covers it with the sleeping bag, knocks it over. Good night.
Yep. Now,
Like-
now, as he walks away with the chunks of Amric, are you bringing the chunks of Amric?
I guess.
It's your choice.
Sure, why not?
Okay, with the chunks of Amric, he looks behind at his pseudo cover-up job and sees what looks to be a body bag next to a pile of blood that's just sprayed out in all different directions in the middle of this road, in the middle of this little field next to the road. Definitely looks like a body dump. I mean, effectively, probably no one would fuck with it if that was the case. So,
Or you could just stay put.
unintended, best cover-up job.
Kapoor just kind of he's standing at the doorway with the body parts in hand and keeping an eye on the stuff across. Guys, come back.
Kapoor doing this, like, look out at it, look back in, guys, looking back out at it.
Wait, where did we run to?
It would have been even better
Inside
if
the-
these chunks of bodies were left next to it, because then it'd been like, whoa, that's a big cell.
Kapoor's just like, I don't know what to do with
Well, I'm
all
sure
this.
there's a trail of blood from there to wherever Caparin's standing.
Uh-huh.
And he's covered in blood
and
with
little
body
and
chunks
well,
in
I
his
mean,
arms.
yeah, he's picked up the chunks at least as he's ran in Amric's wake. But as far as inside goes, Polly, you ran inside, probably down at least the first main road until you get to the first intersection, which is a full cross intersection, so you can go forward, left, or right. It looks like forward leads to like a shopping district. At least, left is like towards what looks to be like more like a town square. And right would be residential.
Anything that looks familiar as far as like a tavern or an inn or something that he would just instinctively run to.
Okay, that'd probably take you closer to the town square, because most towns, at least that you've been through, have the tavern or the main drinking establishments near the center of town. So you veer in that direction, just full sprint as fast as your legs can take you. And the next intersection is actually a star intersection, so it's a 5-point. And they all converge around the center dais, and you're running past a bunch of skeletons this entire time that are just strewn across different portions of the floor. But they
don't actually bother me.
Yeah, but you get to this 5 points area, and you're looking around, and you do see in this little center, not quite a pillar or anything like that, but more like what looks like a bulletin board. In the middle of this 5 points, and there is a skeleton that is like holding on to a dagger that has looks like they have etched something in the stonework of this dais, and they're holding it, and the forehead of the skeleton is like pushed up against the dais as well, and there's multiple skeletons everywhere, but that's the only one that sort of stands out in this direction. But like doing a quick scan for tavern-esque or larger hall of some sort, from the direction that you've come, you would see it off and to your left slightly. The only building that has 2 giant double doors to the front of it, and you can see what looks to be stone tables inside. And you just immediately book it in there. And it does seem like at one point it was some sort of either banquet hall, tavern, something akin to. But the tables are made out of stone. The chairs, the benches to it also made out of stone. But other than that, almost everything here is decayed and destroyed.
Bar.
Stone.
Bottles.
Gone. Smashed.
I will
looted.
Climb behind the bar and just huddle.
Okay. Amric, as you were running in and behind Polly, go ahead and give me either perception or survival.
Do I still have a point of exhaustion?
I would say for you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly.
You know what? I feel.
Actually, you know what? Since you transitioned, we'll go ahead and say no.
A little late.
We'll take the 14. But you can go ahead and take off your exhaustion, because becoming completely undead, we'll say that's one of the pluses to it, is that you got rid of your exhaustion. So with a 14, by the time you get into the doorway, you see Polly take the first turn. And so you hurry up and run and get to the next bit. Go ahead and make another perception or survival. As you turn and look, you try to look in that direction, and the new undeadness to you sort of makes you hesitate past all these skeletons that you're running by. And though the initial ones when you first came in, following Polly, you ignored, now that there's so many that you've ran past, and it's almost like there's something from each one of them, almost like a voice that's calling out that you didn't hear before. And it becomes a bit overwhelming, just in the sense of you keeping concentration on chasing after Polly, and by the time you get to the crossroads and look in that direction, you don't see him.
What kind of groundwork are we on right now? Like, could I look for tracks?
It
Or-
is all solid stone. Actually, pretty decent stonework in this entire town, but that's a back burner issue right now.
Must have been a town of dwarves.
Skeletons are a little bit bigger, maybe larger dwarves.
Well, I suppose, discounting the direction I came from left to right, I will choose randomly.
Well, you know he went left, but you don't know, like, from there. You didn't see him at the end of the road, so you don't know.
Okay.
You don't know which direction. Like, you can go towards the 5 points, but once you get to the 5 points, you're gonna have absolutely no idea where he went.
Oh no, that's kind of where I thought I already was. So I was gonna make it like discounting the path I'm coming from with those 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, left to right, choosing randomly.
Okay, so you're number 3.
Yeah.
That would put you pretty much going straight ahead, past the dais.
Not seeing him anymore, I'll slow down and kind of walk slowly.
Okay.
Hoping I hear him or something,
Oh, you're hearing something. But
other than the voices in my head.
But yeah, it's a little bit of this constant, interesting calling out to you, but not like obviously like Emmerich, but just more like this orchestra of but you slow down. Brett, you gave chase not too long ago. You also give me a perception or survival.
Nori's with Bryn.
Nora, you left after Bryn. So I'd say that there's
Bryn just runs slower, so I was trying to account for that.
Well, she runs 5 feet slower, but I'm saying there's one turn in between everyone getting up and leaving. Because, like, you turned and said, don't do anything stupid compared, like, you know, you had that one, everyone had that one turn of turning around and saying something and then going. But you, Bryn, you sort of, like, chest squeeze through the opening real quick as you see Amric kind of do this and then go to the left. So you run up to the crossroads. Go ahead and make another perception or survival. Okay. You get to the crossroads and you're like already starting to turn left and look ahead in front of you. Go ahead and make a wisdom save for me. Interesting.
Why?
So,
No.
you come around the corner. And as you do so, the scene roughly stays the same. The stone walls and floor, but instead of skeletons, you see people. These, well, you're married to one of them, so these half-elves that are in the places of these skeletons. all of them in different levels of agony and screaming. Men, women, children, all of them just screaming in bloodthirsty pain. And you see some of them are trying to drag themselves across the ground, and the skin is just melting off their faces. The sky is a blood red. Dark clouds overhead. You see a couple individuals, their skin melting off them too. One stabbing the other with a dagger. You see a child walk across the street, collapse on their knees, and just crumple in front. The vision makes you stop in your tracks. All the other visions have gone away quickly. This one's not. You stand there and witness for entire 6 seconds before Nori, you've followed behind. I don't need you to roll fucking perception. You get through the door and you see Bryn take the turn, and you're trying to catch up to her as fast as you can and almost run into her as you take the turn. But you stop yourself and see her just like standing there, arms sort of outstretched, ready to grab her sword and shield. But she's like stuck in this like, I don't know. And she's kind of like looking, and you see her looking from skeleton to skeleton to skeleton.
Nori will put a hand on her arm and go, "What? Do you see something?"
You feel this touch on your arm, and you turn and you see this unrecognizably, about the height of Nori, half-elven female, you're guessing, just by the body shape. But the skin has all melted from the face. The sockets are starting to sink in, and the teeth are starting to fall out. And as soon as her voice comes out and says, "What?" it just... And there's Nori standing in front of you. You see Bryn just heavily sweating. Her eyes have gone bloodshot, and tears have started to swell up in the sides.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you okay? What happened?
That was the worst thing I think I've ever seen.
Nori just kind of turns Bryn away from that and will kind of pull her in close. What? You don't... You're okay. Gonna be okay.
She's just gonna kind of stand there and just a little bit of shock. Not even like turning away when you try.
And if you don't turn with her, she'll just be in front of you.
Nori, with your passive perception, you do see Amric walking at the next intersection, sort of looking around.
Nori makes a mental note, but doesn't care right now. Bryn is not okay. Sorry, Emmerich. You're a little lower on the totem pole.
I get it. When we're comparing traumas, Bryn is more important.
And here's Kaporn
Yeah,
just
you're
standing
just
with a bunch
dead.
of flesh. Just standing with a at the door by himself, no moral support. Bella's gone, with a hammer stuck on the ground.
I will gladly switch places with you, Kaporn.
You'd have to find him first, I guess.
Talk to me.
I think I saw what happened here.
Okay.
At least, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Tell me.
It was not good, Nori.
Okay. Then we should get out.
Has do you know of anything in history or hearing of anything that made the sky turn red? Made people's skin melt?
A lot of fire can make the sky turn red.
I'm assuming it didn't look like fire.
No. It was much more of like a blood red.
Yeah, she's just gonna shake her head at that. No, not. Mm-mm.
Anything else? Okay, it's okay. Take a breath.
Yeah, she'll take a breath and then like just she doesn't want to walk by him, but she's gonna have to. And she'll start walking down the street.
Nori will follow her,
Yeah.
take her hand, and go, Emmerich went this way.
Or make a perception check.
Okay.
While they're starting to head down towards me, if I haven't found Polly,
Would you have
I'm
gone in
probably-
buildings, or would you have just sort of tried looking down streets?
I probably would have glanced through any buildings with an open doorway, but for the most part, I'm probably gonna stay on the streets.
Okay.
But I am, after a few moments, going to stop here and there and see if I can tell anything specific about what's going on with the skeletons. Like, are they saying anything specific, or are they?
It's just more of a like a loud whisper, but no real words are coming across.
Does anything happen if I touch them?
No. Kaporin, you're still doing the whole like looking back at the body bag and looking at the group. You can see Nori and Bryn at least on the corner of that crossroads section, but then they start to walk towards out of your vision, and so you're like, and you take one last look back at the body bag, and you see that the bedroll is lifting. And then you hear a, "What the fuck?" As Bella like reappears, and she's like now frantically looking around. You scream out, "Bella!" She goes, "I'm fucking leaving for like 30 minutes. What the shit?"
Emmerich is a bad.
And she she fucking, as fast as her little pixie wings could take her, fucking towards you guys. Towards you, and then you're just like, Emmerich is, and then you're just holding chunks of flesh, and she's like, "Oh my god, did you kill him?"
I did it. I should have, but I didn't. Oh, he's just dead. You don't know
She
what's
slaps
going
you.
on.
Not enough to do damage, but she slaps you like, "Get a hold of yourself."
The girls ran in there, Polly. A loud boom or rumbling, and I don't know. We were asleep, and now I'm holding parts of Emmerich.
Put the parts down. That's just morbid. Put them down.
Or just like, let's go. Like everything flops to the floor. Polly's hammer's over there, but I can't lift it.
That last like little bit of armpit still stuck to the bottom of your cloak. You have to shake it off. No, not it's stuck to your armpit. His armpit skin is still stuck to your cloak.
Yeah, before like flicking off on his cloak to get it off.
Come on, let's get back together with everybody.
Oh god,
We know where it's at. We'll come back for it.
Okay, I was told to watch it, I think. I don't know. Before it
Who would
slides
have
into
told
the
you
door.
to watch pieces of body? As she like starts floating in the direction that you pointed the girls went.
I think they went this way.
Nor your passive perception picks the sound of footsteps coming up. Probably a kicked femur or something happening at the same time.
Sorry.
And then you hear this little F-16 style pixie wings coming around the corner trying to go as fast as she goddamn can. With a Caporan following.
Nora looks at Bella and goes, Polly did something, Amric's full undead.
And she just tries to catch up and get with you guys and starts heading towards Amric, and she just goes, fuck. And she just continues on.
Yep, pretty much.
Yes, Kaporan continues to run
And
behind Bella.
you just now see Caporan who's running towards you guys, and just the bloody mess of a cloak in front of him.
Parent, I have a clean cloak for you later. Just hold on, buddy. Parent, stop, please. I don't have much control over myself right now. Stop.
Bella continues forward. Amric, you've checked into a couple buildings, not going inside, but checking in from the doorway. Polly, you hear movement at your doorway at one point, but I'm sure you stay quiet. So you sort of like meander back towards the middle of the 5 points, Amric, and then you hear this as these pixie wings are just in full flight mode, and you kind of like, huh? And you like look around the dais, and then you get a face full of Belladonna as she just like spider hugs you, face huggers your face from Alien, and just impacts your face. And go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Oh no.
Just to know, she is stronger than Kaporan.
Well, so are snails, but
Slight burn at both Caporan and Nori.
it's 25.
Ouch.
You don't topple over, but she definitely makes you like lean on the back foot as she just impacts your face. And as she's like there, eye to face with you, you just see her take out her blade. She's like,
No.
"This is gonna suck," and takes her foot and puts it into your bottom lip, and just cranks down on it like she's trying to start a motorcycle. And you can resist it if you want to.
How much do I trust Bella?
Trusted her earlier.
She's helped, but she's also Caporan's person. So.
I also trusted Polly. Oh. You know, fuck it. How much worse can things get? Other than me just dying.
I have
Which
an
is
isodecahedron
exactly what
I
will
can
happen
roll.
if she does any damage.
So no resisting?
Yeah, no resistance.
Okay. So she takes out her blade, this black stone-like blade with a hook to it, and shoves her foot into the portion of your bottom lip and then kicks down hard, almost dislocating your jaw open. And then she puts both of her feet on the top of your teeth and is holding like the upper same portion where Kaporan got hit with the rock. She just holds that and she takes the blade into your open mouth and just goes. And you feel this biting pinpoint of pressure at the roof of your mouth. And then all of a sudden, there's this moment as Kaporan, Bryn, and Nori, you guys are making your way. You see Amric just, because after a while you see, oh, Nori, you fucking see Bella for goddamn 10 miles. But everybody else, you see Bella sort of just disappear, and then Amric is standing there and just goes, ooh. And then all of a sudden he's just standing there, and then this bright ass, not quite white, but silver light just exudes from Amric's mouth and from his eyes, ears, looking like a lighthouse just went off in his brain. As she stabs the blade into the roof of your mouth, and you feel this turning motion as the blade just corkscrews in to the roof of your mouth. And then she releases all the energy of the Archfey of Silver into the back of your brain. And
Does not sound good.
as it does so, you feel this burning hot sensation in your mouth, like not quite iron and in the taste of blood, but literally the taste of metal, the taste of silver, molten silver happening into the roof of your mouth as her blade just slowly melts and disintegrates into your mouth. And these lights are going, and Amric, it is just this searing pain throughout the entirety, what feels like your body, but it's just your head. It's just all the nerve collections in your brain is where it registers pain. So it feels like your entire body's on fire, and you can't see anything but the silver light. And it's about 4 seconds of it. It kind of halts Kaporan, Nori, and Bryn as you guys just see this beacon of Amric's face just ignite. It holds for a few seconds, and then it stops. Amric drops to his knees, smoking from his head. And as he impacts the ground, Nora, you see Bella sort of floating there above him, just looking down.
Bella?
She just raises her hand.
We'll wait.
Amric,
What?
you come back. You reach up and out and put your hand against the ground, but it feels different. You bring your other arm up and sort of punch the ground up, and you guys hear the sound of stone meet metal. As Amric pushes himself upwards, the rest of his clothing and everything that has been ripped from the spirits chunking out his body is now replaced with metal. As Amric stands before you, this world's first Warforged.
What the fuck?
His eyes
Holy
sort of
shit.
Exclamation number 3!
his eyes sort of scanning across these little light beacon eyes. He looks down at his arms and sees where it was skin and sinew is now veins of silver and this complexion of platinum. Kind of flexes his fingers and arms, his muscles, and he sees the movement of what would be muscles, but in this metallic fashion.
I'm gonna take a wild guess that I'm no longer undead.
You are no longer undead and no longer cursed in that way.
in that way.
Mm-hmm. He still has the. I believe he's the one that has. Was it? Yeah, it was him and you that have the HP nerf currently still.
Oh yeah. Bella?
So that still sticks.
We're just like kind of jaw drop watching this, like, what the fuck?
Who is that, Bella?
She just like turns around with a deadpan look to her face.
I think it's a mutual. Bryn and Nori just like, shh.
He still wants to kill you, Kaporin.
Oh, then that's our Amric. Okay. Ollie? Can you hear me?
All the damage is healed, Emmerich. And you can go ahead and change your race from Goliath to Warforged.
Okay.
He doesn't need
Just
sleep now?
now he's not my buff.
He's your wolf?
Damn it.
He's your wolf?
He's your Banff now.
Yeah.
Best metal fighter friend.
Ollie? Amric's not undead anymore. I think. What?
Bella would kind of just turn to you, Emmerich, and go, sorry, I couldn't tell you about this option sooner. And honestly, it could have went either way.
I still don't know what is going on.
I think Polly did something. He said sorry and bolted, and then you followed him, and I was covered in blood.
Still.
I really should have got precipitation.
Really need to learn that spell, Kaparin. Druids don't have it, otherwise I would have it by now, okay?
We keep getting covered in blood. Why?
Baron only has a set amount of spells. He doesn't get to change them.
I guess we would walk up to Amric. Or just like, what are you now?
Emmerich 2.0.
Robot voice.
No, you don't have a robot voice.
Oh. Or just. Is he hollow?
You
He's
really
like
gonna
solid
knock
metal?
on Emmerich?
You want
I'm about to
this
knock you out. Do it.
man is made of metal, Kaparin.
Do it, Kaporin.
If Bryn is saying for you to do it, it's probably not great for your health.
Bryn is the little devil right now, and Nori is the angel.
It's always been that case.
I know.
Especially when it comes to her Banff.
Damn straight.
Horns, like, I don't understand what's going on. He takes off his
None
cloak
of us do. Chill the fuck
and
out.
he's gonna go continue to look for Polly in the buildings.
And Bryn, if you really want to make it Banff, we can say he's adamantine. He's technically not, but we'll say it so that way it's the full acronym.
We'll find something that'll come up eventually.
Best
I'm sure.
alloy metal friend. Fine.
There we go.
Yes, Amric, metal friend, you just use the name.
It's not supposed to be a name thing. Kaporin, what, you're looking indoors? I mean, you have no idea that Polly would have stopped here. You guys are at an intersection with a dais and, again, skeleton, knife, dais. But other than that, I mean, you've got 5 other roads you can go down. There has been, besides Amric sort of looking around, which you guys have just seen, barely, you have no clue that Polly would be anywhere nearby.
Horns are like, I just want to go back to sleep at this point and process this in the morning. He's just gonna go start walking down the roads calling for Polly. And it's like, Polly, Emmeric's made out of metal, just come back out, please. I don't know what he is.
Your porn's loud enough that you would have heard him, Polly, but I don't know if that'll change anything.
He's hunkered down behind that bar and he's not moving for a while.
Like, Horn's gonna play like, he's gotta be somewhere in here. Better get looking now.
Question, Val.
Yeah.
As far as timeline wise goes,
Mhm.
nah, he wouldn't, would he? Because he was from a different timeline. I was gonna say, would he have childhood memories of his dad's bar? But he wouldn't because he's from a different timeline altogether.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, never mind then.
So Caporn's walking streets and calling for Polly. Bella is gonna hang out with Amric for basically as long as he needs her to possibly explain stuff, but other than that, you two are soaked in blood, and Bryn just had a weird thing happen to her, so... I mean, to be
Snorri's
fair,
very
Amric
worried
probably
about?
had a slightly weirder thing happen to him, but...
Two weird things.
Few more nickels to add to the pile.
I don't like these nickels.
Question real quick, since I'm messing with my character sheet.
Mhm.
As a Warforged, I can only get one fewer language. Am I just going to keep both of my languages, or
Yeah,
am
you
I
can keep
lo-
your languages.
Okay.
I can roll Isodecahedron and more weird things could happen.
Please now.
Porn will keep this up for like probably 30 minutes, and then he's like, I don't know where he is, and head back out.
We'll say you haven't headed back out just yet. 30 minutes. 30 minutes is a long time for other people to do stuff.
Okay.
We're sticking by Bryn.
Okay.
What do the buildings look like? Like, is there any distinguishing factors between them?
Like I said, they're all sort of like the Adobe style make. There is obviously larger buildings and buildings that do.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Bryn knows Polly grew up with his dad and the bars and all of that, and obviously Polly just wanted to get away. Could I pick out a building that would be like a bar or something? Or how could I go about trying to do that?
This isn't anything to your detriment, but make a wisdom save. This is to see more if you're just even in the right headspace to make that judgment decision. Nah.
Alright, I figured.
And though it helps emotionally, having Nori like on your arm, like right there, doesn't allow you to get past it faster. You know what I mean? Because she's
No,
there.
yeah,
and you're
I
worried, that
just
makes you
wanted
worried,
to-
and it's this whole like little dichotomy of
I just wanted to try something. I tried, it didn't work.
yeah. No,
I get it.
I understand. But like other times when you've had visions and sometimes fucked up visions, you were either alone or you were doing something, so you got over it quickly. But since now she's been a part of it, it adds an extra layer of oh fuck to yourself, and so.
Oh no,
it's hard to get
100%.
past. Yeah.
I 100%. Yep.
So, like, you're kind of like worried, but you've got other things going on, and you're a canoodle right now. So, and Amric's just over there, like, he's got to see full range of motion, you know. Let's see if anything's.
So shiny.
Mm-hmm.
The situation sucks. That's cool. You're gonna
Bren
tell
would
his
pro-
mom.
Bren would probably just go sit down somewhere then for a bit, not next to a skeleton, hopefully.
Might require Nori to go ahead a little bit and clear some area out of some skeletons to get a
Yeah, I'll clear a good area out.
like a nice little park bench. Just kindly take the dead skeleton that's holding on to it away.
Or
I
just
don't mean to
like,
disturb you, but I just need a moment. And
sorry for your horrible death. My wife needs my assistance.
I'll put you back there after. Skeleton.
Pretty much. It's just like, I'll put you back so I'm not disturbing your resting place. Just right now, gotta do something.
Just gotta disturb it a little bit.
Put you back. I'm not. Whoever did this to
100%
Luke.
photographic memory. I knew where you were at. I'll put you back. Okay.
Have to sit poor Bryn down.
Right. Need a little extra help?
No, I was gonna wait to ask you to after session, but do you want me to roll, like, do the roll for like size modifier and stuff with the new body, or am I basically exactly the same?
You're basically exactly the same.
Your
And
punches are gonna hurt a lot more.
And she'll explain to you that
Actually weaker now.
they'll explain to you that Bella will explain to you that it was either she slowly took the undead away from you, or she had to wait till you were completely undead and during a magical boosted time. And it had to be the immediate magical boosting time after you became fully undead. So that's why she was freaking out. She guessed what happened, but didn't know where anyone fucking went. And luckily found you in time to activate everything. And she would say that this is one of the few gifts that she asked for when she told her mentor she was coming back.
But what am I now?
So in our time, we call them Warforged. It's something my mentor created to help bolster the ranks of the Fey armies that were needed for... I'm not going to get into all those details, but you would technically be the first now.
Okay. Is there anything I need to kind of like knock on his arms?
Well,
Anything
I do have a user manual right here. Hold on. And with that, we'll go ahead and end tonight's session as she starts to explain what being a Warforged might mean.
Was that a book called The Player's Handbook?
The DMG. And so I have a slightly different set of stuff for the Warforged, so
I figured that would be the case.
I'll let you know some of the boons and detriments comparative to the regular Warforged that we got. But, I mean, it's not a good end of session if there isn't a giant revelation and everyone's scattered. Possibly some people going insane. Multiple people going insane, probably, at this point.
What do you mean? Saying I'm already there.
Yeah, just multiple people.
I'm at over 80 points.
Yeah, I gotta redo my HP because I am in fact weaker now, but my Constitution is down 18.
Mm-hmm. And because I know I'll probably get asked from you, Bryn, no, that last scene that you saw does not give you insanity points. But you can go ahead and, for your notes, put that you have the fractured mind state.
I don't know.
But as we end tonight, any questions?
Lots
Yeah,
and
what the
lots.
fuck does that mean?
We're having Are we having RFI tomorrow?
No, we are not having RFI tomorrow.
Fuck.
Oh, sorry.
2
Yeah, we
weeks.
are. My bad. I thought it was
Cool.
the
I
last
will.
week.
I
Last
don't know
weekend we
if you
didn't
have
have
plans for it, but I will be there.
Okay. Amric wants
2
some
weeks?
answers.
I was gonna work tomorrow night, but fuck that.
Sometimes, fuck that. Any other questions that I can't answer?
Well,
End of February, going back to 2 a week.
Yeah, that's probably the best. So that way we have the full month left still to sort of mind transition into, and hopefully the last week we'll do Mondays and Thursdays, being our new go-to for times. Still 9 o'clock good for people? Okay.
Yep.
I figure
yeah.
out to drive us insane.
I'm already doing that. But yeah, so it'd be Mondays and Thursdays, and then most likely RFI is probably going to stay on Saturday, but be a little less often, probably every other weekend. And then hopefully Sunday group getting started up and back going again.
Yay!
So as far as Sunday group goes, it looks like everything should be able to start. We just need to decide on, we need to do our session 0 and then pick a for sure start date. So that should be coming up the future as well. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to message me and I'll get back to them as soon as I can. If I don't talk to you all before then, you guys have a great night, and thanks for playing.
Be hard to sleep. Night, y'all.
Good night.
I,
night.
Got the blood on my cloak.
fuck off, Kaporin.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. Have a great night. Stay safe. RFI tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. PST. So feel free to swing by. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of questions. But yeah, so with that, stay safe and we'll see you next time.